Hey, Roberto. Let me know if you can hear me. Since you're the first person in the chat here, you can absolutely get a reading. Just let me know if you can hear me. Just checking my audio. Cool beans. Uh, Go ahead and shoot your question there, Roberto. And Margaret, I will get you next. Just fire away. Hey, Anakat. It's good to see you, my friend. Yeah, I will add you to the list here. Let's just see. Sisters, good to see you. Oh my God. Everybody, please, please give a wide, huge, warm welcome to the goddess herself. Shaylee is in the chat. Everybody drop a heart in the chat for Shaylee. Shaylee is here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing well. How are you doing? We got Luz. She's here. Well, Shaylee, I got to flatter somebody. Might as well be you. All right. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm getting the list together here. Okay. Oh my God. What is happening tonight? We've got Lisa. Lisa DeYang is here even? Man, shit's getting real tonight. That full crazy full moon, whatever this full moon thing is, it's bringing out everybody. Everybody showing up to the party. All right. So welcome, everybody. Oh, girl. So just if you're new to the channel, I know a lot of you guys aren't, but for those of you that are new, welcome to Human Division Tarot. My name is Eddie. There's some information in the chat if you need it, and here is the list, and we're just gonna, I don't know, we're gonna do the things. That was terrible. That was a terrible list. All right, so Roberto, what's coming towards me in regards to my finances? And Ari is here as well. All right, gotcha. Okay, so Roberto Nita. In regards to your question about finances, so basically, my friend. So first of all, these two cards came out in reverse. The Not Now card, and we have Synchronicity. Not Synchronicity. We have Secrets, Not Now, and Synchronicity. So I don't know, like the specifics, obviously, of what your financial related question is about. But what I can tell you is that you're sitting on a wealth of information or knowledge that you're not using to get what you want. That's really what the universe is, the message is to you. Is so there's something that you have, some knowledge, some, I don't know, like an idea, a talent, a gift. There's something that you have denoted here by this wisdom card. You have knowledge, but you're not using it. You're not using it to your advantage, because whatever this knowledge is that you have that you're not using is basically what you should be using to get what you want. So that's probably, that may not be the message, the type of information you were looking for. I mean, most people typically want to know like an outcome, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with wanting to know what an outcome is going to be, but in my opinion, it's very disempowering, right? Because how do I want to say this in a way that will make sense? So there's settling, right? We can all settle for the status quo. We can all stay in our comfort zone, keep doing the same thing, getting the same results, and all of that. And that's where most people do. I mean, most people just are living Groundhog's Day, You wake up, it's the same day. You go to sleep the next day. It's the same. You live in the same Groundhog's Day life, right? That's what most people do. And that's okay. I mean, some people we incarnate here to have that experience. We're just here to have a basic life experience. Grow up, get married, pop out some kids, get the picket fence house, retire, and die. And go to Disneyland a couple times, right? For some people, that's what they signed up for. But not everybody. And so in your case, Roberto, you have been given some type of knowledge. There's some idea, some invention, some type of, I don't know, you have information within you, whether you know or not. And the universe is saying it's time for you to let it out. Because if the secret card was upright, it would basically be saying, hey, you need to keep this to yourself. But in reverse, it's saying you need to not keep it to yourself. If this not now card was upright, it would mean, not now. Like, now is not the time to utilize this information or let this information out. It's in reverse saying now is the time. It's time for you. And you've been getting you've been showing beginning signs. Like the synchronicity card that is here is basically God, source, the universe, whatever you believe, has been trying to get your attention, has been sending you signs, indications, dreams, whatever, trying to basically do everything in its power to wave the big billboard and the flags and all the things to get your attention to say, hey, man, we know that, we know what you want. We know what your desires are. Financially, everything, right? It doesn't matter. And this isn't just for Roberto. Obviously, God, source, the universe, our higher self, whatever you believe in, knows whatever it is that you need, whatever you desire, right? If you're looking for love, it knows that. If you need money, it knows that, right? Unfortunately, we are our own worst enemies, and we, in my opinion, and based on my experience of life, we're the number one hurdle, obstacle, and challenge that stands between where we are, where we want to be, who we are, who we want to become, what we desire, and what we can have. It's just our beliefs, our conditioning, our mindset, whatever word you want to use, our personal development or our lack of personal development, right? Our awareness or our lack of awareness. All these things that are interfering in our ability to get out of our own way so that we can actually have the things that we want. And for some people, it's just insecurities. It's just fears. It's doubt. It's fear of the unknown. It's fear of stepping out of our comfort zone. It's the fear of trying something and thinking that we're going to fail. The fear, well, what if I try and it doesn't work out? Or what if the fear that I'm not good enough, or all these different limiting beliefs and things that we have. But for you specifically, in regards to what's really going to change your life, right? And I'll pull just for shits and giggles, I'll pull a couple of cards here and ask about your immediate financial outcomes, I guess, for lack of better words. But that's not the answer. The answer, the long-term answer to whatever it is that you're going through in terms of resources, finances, fulfillment, and your future, really your purpose, your destiny in life, it's all, it really, that's where all this is pointing and leading to. What it all boils down to is, it's like, how do I say this? Like most people pursue materialism as a means of security, right? And I get it. Like we all need to have resources to live. That's true. That's a part of life. But we take it too far. Money becomes the god. Security becomes the god. And the minute that we're without it, the minute that we lack it, the minute that we start, the bills are late, or we're struggling to get by, or we're pinching our pennies and all this stuff, it's like it's interesting to see how quickly people lose their faith, right? It's like when things are good, it's like, oh yeah, like it's so easy to have faith and trust the divine and this, that, and the other. But the minute shit gets hard or we're struggling, it's like, we lose our faith. We go into this primal self-preservation mode where everything is about, well, I have to find money. I have to find money. I have to have security. I have to have certainty and this, that, and the other. And again, I get it because it's directly tied to our most primal needs, which is for security and survival. And, that people don't want to be homeless, and you obviously need to have money to pay your bills and eat and all these things. The problem with that, though, is that when we go into self-preservation and we focus on those things, we disempower ourselves because now we're focused on the problem instead of the solution. Like we give, where our focus goes, our energy follows, And so when we're focused on, I don't have enough, or focused on the lack, or focused on the scarcity and focused on all these other things, or even if I'm just superficially focused on the item itself, right? Like in I don't know, in biblical times, it was the golden calf, right? So Moses goes up on the mountain to get the 10 Commandments, and while he's up on the mountain consorting with God, getting the 10 Commandments from God, the people of Israel at that point are at the base of the mountain, and they throw this huge party and they create this golden calf, basically. And it's a lot of metaphorical stuff here, but the point is, they build the golden calf, the golden bull, which is also tied to the sign of Taurus and the god of Baal. So you look up the etymology of the word, the dollar bill, and you do the research on the dollar bill, you realize that this all goes back to the god of Baal, or the bull, the golden bull. And so it's no coincidence. And in ancient times, they didn't use vowels, and you may already know all this. I don't know. I'm kind of going on a rant here. But there was no vowels in words. There were just consonants. So, you wouldn't pronounce, the way that we write it out in English, the English language, you wouldn't pronounce the vowels. But anyways, the point of all this is to say that when we get focused on the golden bowl, when we're focused on the dollar, like we're empowering this fake inanimate object, this false god, and we're superimposing our power onto a powerless object, because we think that object is what's actually going to give us our power, right? It's going to give us our security. It's going to give us fulfillment. It's going to give us certainty. It's going to give us longevity. It's going to make us happy. If we can just get our hands on enough fucking money, then we'll be happy. And it's not true. It's not money. It's not finances that's the problem. That's the result. There's the cause and effect. The cause isn't the money. The effect is the money. So the cause is you, the power, the person that you are, the spiritual being that you are, to create something that transforms into value is what's important. And that's what this reading is about. So a really long, convoluted spiritual message in all of that for you, Roberto. But basically, that's what this manifestation card is telling you. And underneath it, we have lessons. There is you've gone through this. You had an experience or multiple experiences. I sense that you've had multiple experiences throughout your life in regards to money, finances, ideas, or lack of ideas, or ideas that you've had that you haven't implemented, all kinds of things that I'm sensing here. But this manifestation card is essentially the universe saying that you are the power. You possess the power. Everything that you need to address whatever concerns you have regarding finances is within you already. It's not even finances is not even really what you need. You might think you need it because, I don't have enough money, or I would like more money, or whatever the situation is. But again, that's focusing on the thing that doesn't matter. That's you focusing on the powerless object, the golden calf, the golden bull, when you should be focused on your power to create, to manifest, to create the level of abundance that you desire. And whatever that is for you, you have that desire is within you for a reason. And you do not have a desire without the capability or the gift or the talent or whatever to manifest or create it, because it's just impossible. You know, you don't have to go outside and tell a tree to have, or any plant for that matter, to have seeds, right? Like the plant just comes out of the ground and it has, it's full, everything it needs, it already has attached to it, right? And the same thing with everything in life, right? And so the very fact that you have a desire within you means that you have the capability to fulfill that desire. It's just we get confused about it because we've been trained, we've been hypnotized to believe that we're not actually as powerful as beings as we actually are, if that makes sense. So that's the name of this game. The name of this game is for all of us, every one of us, not just you, for me, for everyone, is about whatever your question is, whatever your desire is, whatever you want. The lesson for all of us, this card here, the lessons. If you're going through a lesson, and let's define that really quick. And you get to be the example for everybody tonight, by the way. You're the first person with the first question, so you're kind of setting the tone and being the example for everybody tonight. So I appreciate that. Any form, any experience that you have that lacks purpose, that lacks fulfillment, or that is not enjoyable for you is essentially a lesson, right? Because all a negative emotion is an indicator that you're out of alignment with something that could be pleasurable for you, right? That's what emotions are. Emotions are indicators. They're not realities. They're just indicators of whether we are in energetic alignment with the things that we were created to be in alignment with. When you're out of alignment with something, you have a negative experience. You have a bad emotion. And that negative experience and that bad emotion is the lesson to tell you, hey, this probably isn't for you, or there's something you need to learn from this. Maybe you're being untrue to yourself. Maybe you're whatever the situation is. And so if we started to investigate and we got curious about what it is that negative emotion is teaching us through spiritual awareness, we would do a much better job as a human race at troubleshooting what our actual needs, wants, desires, and problems are, instead of getting caught up in this, the superficial, surface level, hypnotic, culture that we exist in, where everything is, I'm powerless, the answer's outside of me. I'm powerless, the answer's outside of me. I'm powerless, the answer's outside of me. I've got to obtain, I've got to acquire, I have to lay my hands on it, I got to go for it, hustle culture, grind culture, all this shit. Instead of us just going, wait a minute, what if it doesn't have to be that hard? What if it doesn't have to be a pain in my ass? What if it doesn't have to be this grueling experience? And of course, no one's going to ever do anything perfect, because that's not the reality we live in. There's no such thing as perfection. So there's always going to be lessons to learn, even when you're doing everything to the best of your ability and following, even if you were handed the steps. If God, source of the universe, came out of the clouds and handed you the steps to your future in your life. It's like, here you go. Here's how to live your life perfectly. Here's the step by step list for you. Here you go. All you got to do is literally follow the steps. Well, you still exist in duality. You exist in contrast, in a world where there's good, bad, up, down, pain, pleasure. You live in a dualistic world. So even if you could follow a perfectly laid out strategy and step-by-step plan that was handed you from the perfect divine forces that be, you would still not do it perfectly, right? because that's just the world that we live in. So the point isn't perfection or even any of that. The point is power. Where is my power? That's the point of all of this. And so what the divine is trying to tell you, get to the point, Eddie. What the divine is trying to tell you, Roberto, is that in regards to your finances, the question isn't about your finances. The question is not about your finances. The question is about your future. It's about your calling. It's about your destiny. It's about your fulfillment. Fuck your finances. Pardon my French, but fuck your finances. It's not about your finances. It's about your fulfillment. Finances come and go. Money comes and goes. You'll have it, and then it'll be taken away. You'll have it, it'll be taken away. You'll have it, you'll be taken away. You can't control your finances, right? Just like, you know, my 20 plus year Facebook account was just permanently deleted last week for nothing. I did nothing wrong. So, you know, I had this account for 20 plus years, all my friends, all the things. And I know it's only social media, but the point is, I had this account for 20 years. I've never done a damn thing wrong in my life. I've never said a bad thing. I've never done anything to violate their terms, services, whatever. And I go to log into my account and I get a message that, hey, your account is disabled. It's gone. You have violated our terms of services. For what? Well, you can't talk to somebody at Facebook because most of their decision making is being done by artificial intelligence. So basically, as I did some research and I looked into it, my account was deleted because a robot, a fucking fake robot, decided that I was a terrorist. No lies, no bullshit. I'm a terrorist. That's what the terms of service is. It called me a violent, your account violated our terms and services for being a violent individual or organization. And so if you go and you read their terms of services about what it says for being a violent individual or organization, the language that they use is for a terrorist organization. So basically, Facebook's artificial intelligence decided, for reasons I have no idea, because they don't show you, they don't provide evidence, they don't show you what you did, what you said, what post you made. There's no evidence. Furthermore, there's nobody you can talk to. There's nobody to call. You can try to send emails, you get no response. It's just gone. That's it. My account, 20 plus year account, is deleted by a fucking robot, and I have no idea why. Just gone. Like, cool, no problem. My point in sharing this with you, Roberto, and for everybody that's paying attention, is again, finances come and go. Your health comes and goes. People come and go. Anything outside of you can lie to you, betray you, can be, you know, I mean, we've had people in the United States with the natural disasters recently. I mean, it's you know, anything outside of you is out of your control. And there are certain things that happen to us that are out of our control. But we always can control our power, the power that we have to respond no matter what is happening to us. And so that is what the divine is wanting you to know about your situation moving forward, because the divine doesn't want you to keep doing this anymore. The divine doesn't want you to keep having to go around the mountain again and again and again to learn the same lessons again and again and again, because I sense that there's a confusion, or there's an uncertainty, there's a lack of clarity. It's like, well, I have this idea, or I have that idea, or have this. You have all of this insight. I mean, this wisdom card is here because you have knowledge, but you have not used the knowledge. You have not put that knowledge, you have not gone full force with it. You have not gotten that knowledge out of you and applied it, whether it's your ideas, whatever it is. Oh, you know what this is. I don't know what it is. You know what this is. Whatever this information is that the divine has given you, the divine is saying you haven't used it to the fullness of your power. When you use what you have been given to the fullness of your power, and you get out of your own way, you will have all the resources you could ever dream of. Like you'll make more money in finances than you ever thought or imagined. Like, it'll be mind blowing. You'll be going, holy shit, like, this is crazy. It's crazy. This is so much more than I ever thought. It's so much more than I ever even wanted. And what's interesting is the divine is showing me that when you get to that place to where you start to learn to trust yourself and you get involved and you start participating in your purpose, everything's going to transform, because that fulfillment's going to start coming through you, and you're not going to care about the finances anymore. You're going to be so happy just doing the thing that you've been hesitating to do, that it won't be about the money anymore. You're like, look, I'll do this homeless. That's how fulfilling it is for me to do this thing that I'm doing. I will do it homeless. I'll do it broke. I'll do it bankrupt. I'll do it with no money in my account. But if you focus on the finances, then you are throwing away your fulfillment. So it's a trade. It's essentially, and I'm just being super honest with you, because this is the way that the message is coming through me to you in regards to your question. If you focus on the finances, then you are sacrificing your fulfillment. And you probably won't get the finances either. So focus on the finances, you're going to sacrifice your fulfillment. You focus on your fulfillment by trusting yourself, tapping into your power, tapping into your knowledge, your gifts, your spiritual talents, and all those things. You'll get the fulfillment, and you'll get the finances. Right? So it's a win-win situation if you do it this way, right? So that's the core message for you in that regard. But I'll just get a couple cards here to see. What can Roberto expect in regards to his finances? Near future. Okay, so you just got the Four of Swords, which is basically saying, hey man, this is the universe saying you need to reflect, take a pause for the cause, take a time out and reflect on the things that are being shared here. It's reflection. It's the minor arcana version of reflection. Yeah. Page of Swords, which is more research, investigation, thinking things through, getting clear about things. So you got two cards now of reflection, card of curiosity, card of reflection. Give me one more. I want you to notice that I asked about your finances, and so far, no pentacles have come out, and 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is your fulfillment. Its wishes come true. This is emotional fulfillment. So literally, these cards, and you just saw me shuffle them right here on camera. No bullshit. These cards literally just backed up everything that I just said, which of course they would, because it's not me that was saying it. Like, I'm not smart enough to say everything that just came out of my mouth, nor could I repeat it and say it all over again. The divine is backing itself up by giving you the message that you need to hear, maybe not the message that you want to hear. So basically, the divine is not going to tell you, it's not going to give you the superficial dangle the carrot in front of your face answer, because that would be similar to child abuse. If you had a child, would you mislead your child by giving them false information if they had a problem? So if your child came to you with a problem that was a serious issue that needed and they were coming to you for help, would you feed into that problem by giving them a superficial answer, or would you love them enough to give them the truth and say, look, I know that this might be hard for you to hear and understand based on where you're at with all of this, but you're my child and I love you. I can't lie to you. I'm not going to bullshit you, and I'm not going to just give you crumbs, right? I want to actually give you the answer to the problem, not a band-aid. So the universe isn't giving you a band-aid answer here. The universe is giving you the solution, which again is to say, if you focus on the finances, then you're gonna do so at the expense of your fulfillment. So you're gonna continue to spiral. You're gonna continue to go around and deal with the situation again and again and again. You're gonna keep going in circles, keep going around the mountain again and again and again. And the finances are always going to be just out of your grasp. That's why I use the analogy of dangling the carrot. It's like, oh man, I think I've got there. I think I'm almost there. And it's just always out of hand's reach, right? And the universe says, you don't have to tolerate this. This is you, man. This is you with your power. You don't have to tolerate this. We all get what we tolerate. That's a very, very important statement. Every single one of us, you, me, everybody in the chat, we all get what we tolerate. And when we tolerate our own powerlessness, then we get powerless results in our life. Which is why the spiritual journey is not about tarot cards. It's not about astrology. It's not about crystals. It's not about you believe in this God or you believe in that God. You believe in the law of attraction or you believe in manifestation or whatever bullshit. The true spiritual journey is about you going within yourself to find your power, figuring out who you are and aligning yourself to the calling of who you are, and then going out into the world with enough courage to say, I'm going to go be that thing that I found within myself out here in the real world. And it's scary because it's an unfolding. It's not, oh, I go within and I figure it all out in 1 minute. And so then I just come out into the world and I'm like, hey, here I am. I'm 100% complete in all my power, all my glory, and poof, everything is, everything just starts working magically. That's bullshit. And anybody out there who says otherwise is full of shit. That's not how it works. It's not reality. That's why it's called a spiritual journey, not a spiritual event, right? And it's why it's about the journey, not about the destination. Because as you go in, it's like you're turning pages, right? You're turning the pages of your own book, your own story, and you're learning about yourself. And as you learn new things, you should implement those things. And then that will give you new experiences. And as you gain experiences, you will learn more about yourself. And as you learn more about yourself, you will have new abilities to have new experiences. And then as you go out and have those new experiences, you will learn more about yourself. And then you will learn more about the gifts and a total different level of your gifts and your talents and your abilities. And then you'll go back out into the world and you'll use that knowledge and gain more experience and then come back inside of yourself to learn something new about yourself. That's the dual nature of the world. That's spirituality 101 in the most simplest form, is going within to find your power and then coming outside of yourself to create and manifest and be in the world. And as you have the experiences in the world, you turn around, go back within yourself to figure out some other new shit. You take the experiences from the outside world into your inner world. And then you'll have new experiences in your inner world. And then you take the experiences from your inner world back into the outside world. And that creates new experiences out here. So you just and that's the cycle of life. You go inside, then it comes outside. And then what you do outside creates a better inside. And then as the better inside is created, a better outside is created. As the better outside is created, a better inside is created. It's a mirroring thing. So the universe isn't giving me, it's not answering the question, I think, in the way that you probably meant, the way you were probably wanting. And I sensed that immediately. I was like, damn it. Like, cause I really did not want to get on a big spiel. And it's like, but I have this agreement, I guess, with my higher power. That's like, if there is a message of importance, I'm not going to withhold it. I mean, I could be an asshole. I could hold all of you guys out there in the chat, right? All of you that are here to get a free reading, I could hold your answers ransom. Like, ooh, yeah. I got all these spiritual insights coming to me from the divine, and I'm not going to say any of it. I'm not going to share any of it with you. I'm going to hoard it, keep it to myself. Not that it's doing me any good to do so, because that information is for you. It's not for me. It means nothing to me, right? But I could just sit here, like, throw a couple fucking cards on the table for you, which are just pieces of paper with artwork on it. They're just mediums, or I can show up and I can be real. And I had to learn a lesson, last year, I think. Yeah, I had to learn a lesson last year because my original tarot channel, it got wiped out. So this weird phenomenon with me is happening where my accounts get randomly deleted. And it was actually Mercury retrograde a year ago. And YouTube just deleted my account. My channel was gone. I'm like, okay. And so I inquired within myself, well, why is this happening? And my spiritual guidance told me, it's like, well, your account was removed because you weren't being true to yourself. Like, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of tarot readers on YouTube. We don't need another one. Like in my opinion, we don't just need another person doing generic tarot readings. Like, for me at least, like I don't need to come in here and be like, there's other readers who've been here much, much longer with much bigger channels. Who the hell wants to come listen to me do tarot readings? It's the same shit. Everyone's saying the same shit, giving the same types of reading. It's all the same shit. So I'm just another voice in the echo chamber. And but that's what I was doing. It's like, cool, I'm gonna have a tarot channel. So I'm doing my little tarot readings just like everybody else is. It's not really fun. I wasn't enjoying it. And then my channel got deleted. And the universe is like, you can thank me later. Like, you can thank me later. I'm like, damn, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, if you're going to do this, how you do one thing is how you do anything. If you're going to do this, you need to do it for the reasons that you want to do it. Right? And so, my channel is, I don't even know. I'm looking at my screen. As of right now, it says I have 150 subscribers, which is nothing. So obviously I'm not doing it for subscribers. Obviously I'm not doing it to make money. So, but I don't care. I'm here to do this whatever this gift is that I've been given. I'm here to use the gift that I've been given to serve the collective. And that's the fulfillment that I get out of it. So when I show up and I do these free readings for you guys, and you guys, if you go back and you look through my playlist, you'll see that these things go for a long time. And I don't plan these. I don't plan this, by the way. Time just, I go into another dimension. Time doesn't exist. I'm like, when I press record or play or whatever, start the stream, whatever I do to get this thing going, I'm thinking in my mind, okay, I got about 2 hours to do some readings. And then it turns into like 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. The sun's coming up and I'm like, shit, I got to like function with no sleep in like 45 minutes. My day starts in 45 minutes and I basically put in a 9-hour shift because time just disappears. And I'm okay with that because it's fulfilling for me. My soul, my spirit, my gift, it needs to come out of me. It has to come out. And there's a reason that so many people are unfulfilled right now is because of purpose depression. And if you want to know what purpose depression is, it's when the gift inside of you is imprisoned. You're not letting your gift out of you. And when you're not letting that gift come out of you, you're not going to experience the fullness of your abundance. You're not going to meet the people that are aligned with you. You're not going to meet your soulmate, your partner, your twin flame, or whatever. You're not going to have the financial resources that you could have. Your whole life is not going to be anywhere close to what it could potentially be if you just got to the point to where instead of focusing on the things, the bullshit that the world tells you to focus on, you focus on your spiritual truth. And you do things because of your spiritual truth. That's courage. That's the true courageous spiritual journey. Is you tapping into something inside of you, giving the middle finger to the world, to all the other bullshit, to the matrix and all the other bullshit. And you saying, I'm going to fucking be me. I'm going to be who I am, and I'm going to do what I do because I'm in tune with my spirit, with my soul. What is my soul? My higher self, whatever you call that part of yourself, that part that's inside of you, not your logic, not your head, not your fears, not your insecurities, not, oh, I have to have money. Oh my gosh, I'm not good enough. Blah, blah, blah. Not the ego. What is your heart and your spirit telling you? That's what your truth is, right? And when you get plugged into that and you start listening to that, then everything will start to align for you. Like, so that's why I'm here. I'm here. I say all this crazy shit. I'm just being 100% myself, 100% unfiltered, and I'll let the messages come through me because it pleases my spirit. It pleases my soul to do so. It's like, man, this is amazing. Like, how cool. I get to be used by the divine as a messenger, as a mailman, a spiritual mailman. Messages come through me to people that need spiritual messages. So who am I to rob you all of your spiritual message, right? And so that's just an example from my personal life, Roberto, of, I didn't wake up one day and just get here. I wrestled my way into this, and it's still weird and awkward and uncomfortable for me. Like, I'm an introvert. I'm a fucking hermit. Like, I don't, the furthest thing from my mind is getting on here, staring at this tiny little black hole pin thing in this camera, and talking to people that I've never met on a platform, but here I am, putting myself out here. It's uncomfortable as shit. It's not natural for me. I don't like it. That part of it I don't like, but I've learned to like it because I've wrestled my way into my current form. That's how you do anything. So all this stuff going on with you and your finances, Roberto, all this stuff, it's wrestling. You have to have enough courage to wrestle yourself sometimes. And sometimes you have to go within yourself and say, listen, dude, I know this sucks. I know this shit's scary. I know it's uncomfortable. I know it doesn't make any sense. I know it's confusing. Whatever that thing is. But sometimes you have to be your own champion. Sometimes you have to be your own hero. Sometimes you have to reach within yourself and say, hey, dude, no one's coming to rescue us. We have to participate in our own rescue. Like, I had to go in for things and say, look, Eddie, get it, man. It's so much easier to hide, to pretend, to not have to put yourself out here, to wear a mask. Don't be the weird woo-woo spiritual dude, right? Just be like everybody else. Be a cookie cutter, right? So I have to go inside myself and wrestle that part of me and say, no, dude, get your fucking ass up off of your scared little couch and put yourself out and go to the people, get your ass out there and go talk to the people. Take your gift with you and go talk to the people. And every time I start these things, like, I'm nervous as hell. I'm just being completely honest with all of you. Every time I hit start one of these streams, I have no fucking clue what I'm going to say, no clue what I'm going to do. I know that you guys are here because you want free readings. I know that I have the ability to do that for you. But every time I start this thing, I'm always nervous. There's always some degree of anxiety. I have no idea what I'm going to say, what I'm going to do, what's going to happen. But I'm not focused on that anymore because I don't care. It's not about me in that regard. It is about me in the sense that every time that I do it, I prove to myself, again, that I can do it, that I should do it, and it's what's needed because I'm validating my purpose back to myself, right? And sometimes that's what you guys need, what we all need to do. You have to prove to yourself that you have this ability. You have to prove to you that this is your calling and your purpose, because you feel it inside of you. Every single one of you right now knows that there's something inside of you that you feel a deep spiritual connection to. Now, whether or not you are stepping into that, whether you're trusting it, whether you're authorizing it, whether you're relating to it, whatever word you want to attach to it, that in regards to trust and activation, and living authentically, coexisting with that part of you, however you, whatever terminology you want to attach to that for yourself, you know, if we had to be honest with ourselves, how much are we doing that? How scary is it? How awkward is it? You know, what does that feel like? Are we doing it like natural? Does it feel natural for you? Do you do it courageously and fearlessly? Is it effortless for you? And if it is, that's awesome. You have a superpower that I don't have, for sure, because for me it hasn't been that experience. This is something I've had to wrestle with and work on and work on and work on and work on. And this is the current form and the current version that it's at. But I've learned enough, because I've gone through enough of this lesson bullshit. If you look at this card, this dude's on fire. He's like turned to stone. He's burning alive, kind of. Looks like he's been burning for a while. He's pretty charred. So this dude's been on fire for a while. I've been that guy, and it sucks. So for me, the alternative is no alternative, right? It's like in Star Wars when Yoda is talking to Luke Skywalker, and he says, "Do or do not." Spiritual journey. Do or do not. There is no try. This is try. Try, you're the man that's on fire. This is try. Do or do not. And when I got that, when I figured that out for me and myself in my own way, everything started to change. Now, do I forget? Of course. Am I human? Of course. Do I fuck up? Of course. Do I go back into some of my old patterns sometimes? Of course. Do I do it imperfectly? Of course. But I've learned enough to know that no matter how scary it is to step into this thing that is me, and when I say it's me, I'm not talking about all of this or my name or what you guys see. I'm talking about what's inside of me that's wanting to come out of me, the fullness of it. It's like this thing is like, let me the fuck out, dude. There's this thing inside of me that's like, unleash me, man. Come on. Unleash me. Right? But I'm like, there's still that petrified part of me that's like, oh my God, this is scary as shit. And it's like, no, unleash me, man. There's a force inside of me that believes in me more than I believe in myself. I have to learn how to connect with that force, because if I can connect with that force, then I would unleash it, and then I would probably be unstoppable in my own way. Not in an egotistical way, but in a way to where I could serve humanity more. My life would be more fulfilling. I'd probably, my resources would be better. Like, my whole life would be better if I could just trust myself to unleash that force within me more than I am right now. But I'm not there yet. And I have to embrace that. I have to be real in the fact that this is where I am, and that's part of the unfolding of the journey. So, with all of that being said, I know that was a lot. I see the chat. The screen's going crazy. This is my big spiel for the night. Hopefully, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not here to hold your guys' messages ransom from the divine if they come through, but Roberto, the answer to your question, hopefully that all makes sense to you now. Finances is not your problem. It's you trusting the power that you've been given, trusting your gift, trusting yourself. You going within to find that thing, and you've already got it. You've already got it. Whatever this is, whatever this thing is, you've already got it. You already know what it is. Whatever the ideas are, whatever the gifts, the talents, the abilities, whatever it is, you've already got it. There's a lack of trust, or there's a lack of something. Too much fear, I don't know. But you've already got it. The universe has been showing you again and again and again and again. And it's going to keep telling you again and again. The universe will tell you however many times that you need to be told until you get it. And that's okay. But that's what the synchronicity card is. You've asked for signs, you've asked for clarity, you've asked for understanding. The universe is like, yeah, I'll give it to you again. I'll give it to you another way. I'll teach it to you another way. I'll say it another way. I'll send you another thing. But it's time to unleash the beast. It's time for you to let whatever that thing is within you out of you, as I was just mentioning of myself. And when you start to trust yourself on that level, everything is going to transform in your life. So the answer to your financial question is step into your purpose, step into your power, step into your gifts, your talents, your abilities, and the finances will follow. You'll get the fulfillment and you'll get the finances. But if you focus on the finances, you're going to suffer. You're going to lose your fulfillment, and you're probably not going to get the finances that you desire. So in my opinion, the answer is obvious. Like it's a crystal clear answer. Like which path you should be taking, even if the path over here isn't very clear right now. And the only reason it's not clear is because of this. You just need to sit with yourself. Well, these two cards really, reflection and curiosity. You need to take the time to actually sit down with yourself and get the clarity instead of overthinking it. Your brain's going crazy, distractions, all the things. This is you actually intentionally sitting down, turning off all the distractions, all the bullshit, going within, getting clear, and sitting with I don't care if you have to go disappear for 3 days, go somewhere, go into an empty room, go to a hotel, go sit in your car for 3 days or some shit. But you just go somewhere and you sit there and you go within and you say, I am not getting up from this fucking spot until I have clarity. Until you've got all that stuff inside of you sorted out in a way that makes sense to you. That's the level of demand you have to put on yourself. No one's going to put that demand on you. You put that level of demand on yourself. You sit yourself down and you say, all right, brain, heart, spirit, all the parts of me, listen, we're getting our shit together and we're going to figure this shit out. And you get clear and you don't move from that spot. No distractions, no nothing, no external anything. Just going within until you come out with that treasure, right? Like the whole thing about Moses going up on the mountaintop to get the 10 Commandments is like a metaphor of us going within ourselves to get the message from God. That's what this is all about. So that would be my advice to you, is take the time to reflect, get clear, no distractions. You go within yourself until you lay hold of something. You may not get the whole picture. You may not have all of it figured out, but you'll lay hold of enough of it to where you'll know. It's like, okay, I got enough to get started. And when you have that, even if it's like however much of that enough that you find is, you've got to use it. You have to invest it. You don't sit there and go, well, I need more. What if it's not no, use what you have. Use whatever you have, right? And more will be given to you. That's how this works. And I know it's hard because there's that level of trust that's required. And that's what you're going to have to do. So your journey, my friend Roberto, is about faith. You're being called to walk on water, which is something you've probably never done before. But God, source, the universe, saying, it's time. I'm going to teach you to walk on water. But if you're going to walk on water, you got to step out of the boat. Right? And so that's the part that you're at. You're at the side of the boat. There's the water. You got to put 1 foot out over into the water. And you know what you're going to feel when your foot hits the water? You're going to feel water. Like, wait. This is water. This isn't concrete. This isn't rock. This isn't the ground. It's water. And it's still water. Like my foot still goes into the water. It still sinks in the water. How am I going to walk on this? It's still water. Hey, man, that's the faith. That's the faith part of it. So, I know that was probably not the financial reading that you came for, but that is the message or messages that I got on top of the other messages for myself and for those of you that were here, that were listening in, who found any of that long spiel useful or beneficial. Okay, so I think we have some donations. Let me go check the. Let me go check my chat here. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I guess the moon is. I guess something's. I guess the moon is. The moon is. Something's going on, because this whole thing is just blown. I mean. Okay, I had to listen to the 2 signs I was being sent about a particular relationship. I found out the secrets. I knew more than I did. I ended it, and now my manifestations can materialize. I've spent a great deal of time in hermit mode. Good, man. Good for you, dude. That's badass. That's badass, dude. Maybe I didn't, but Gene. Oh my God. Gene is my savior. My mod is here. My hero. Gene is my hero. Okay. Brandy. Yeah, welcome everybody. Anybody who's new, you guys probably just came in on a big long spiel. So for those of you that are new, that are just joining in, welcome to my channel. My name is Eddie. Welcome you guys. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, just for clarity for everybody that's asking, I'm seeing about the donation. So yeah, so basically donations take priority. So if you donate, then you will be at the top of the list. 100% donations take priority. And again, that's really more for you guys. Obviously, I'm not getting rich off of $5 and $10 donations, but on a metaphysical sense, when you are energetically invested in something, meaning like you financially used resource to energetically invest in something, there's a difference, right? And this has just been psychologically proven, by the way. People that pay attention. It doesn't matter how much it is. If you actually use, because we have such a unique relationship to money and material resources, that people who are willing to put that energetic investment into something, even if it's a small investment, it's different than people that don't. That's just a psychological fact. But anyways, donations. Let's see who we have. So Brandy and Patty, you both mentioned. Let me check. I don't. Hold on. Let me check my. Okay, you both. Wait. So Rhonda. Rhonda looks like Rhonda donated first. So Rhonda donated, and then Patty. So Rhonda, you are here. You can ask your question, and then Patty, I see your donation as well. So Rhonda and Patty. I did, Patty. I did get it. Thank you so much. And there's Rhonda donated just before you, so I'm just waiting for her. So Rhonda, if you're here, you can ask your question, and then Patty, I've got you right after Rhonda. Yeah, I had to scroll back, further back to see Rhonda's. So Rhonda, if you're here, oh, the question is, I'm sorry. Let me scroll up. I must have missed it. What is my current challenge? Okay. Okay. Sorry, Rhonda. I got lost in the chat here. It's easy to miss things. What is my current challenge? All right, give me 1 second here. I'm assuming that when you ask what your when you're asking what your current challenge is, are you just like in general, or is this like a specific, like, is this money, career, relationships, or just whatever comes out? I just want to make sure before I start diving into the reading, because once I go over here to this table, I'll probably zone out. Okay, spiritual growth, challenges for spiritual growth. Okay, no problem. Okay, interesting. There's more. But just while I'm getting information, so I don't forget as I'm getting it. And I've got some other things that I'm being called to, some other cards I'm being called to pull. But the very first thing I'm noticing for you, Rhonda, is very interesting. It's literally, in a lot of ways, it's very similar to everything I just said for Roberto. So the whole big long spiel that I just did at the beginning of all this, for Roberto, all that in between my big long rant, like a lot of that applies to you here, because the first card out is power, stepping into your power, and the second card is material and spiritual prosperity. So it's literally, at least so far, these first two cards are literally the same exact thing that that whole everything that I said to Roberto applies. I just wanted to say that, and then I'll go ahead and tell you what these other cards are here, and then I've got a few more that I'm going to pull, and then I'll break it all down for you, obviously. So we have the emotional loss card that came out, in reverse. So which I'll, like I said, I'll break that down for you in a moment. I almost went into it. And then we have recognition and reward, which is interesting because recognition and reward is being tied to your power and the material and spiritual prosperity here. I don't know if you know what your life path is in numerology. If you're familiar with numerology, but if you are, I'd be very interested to know what your life path is. Like if you're an even number, like a 4, 8, or a 6 maybe, or even a 1, like a 1, 4, or 8 maybe life path. I'm just curious. And then over here, obviously, we have mental conflict. So I got being told to get a few more cards for you as well. This is good. We got the happy card. So, I mean, this is like, essentially one of 2 cards in this deck that we could call, the most positive cards in this Oracle deck here. So this one, and there's another one called Milk and Honey that I would say are like the 2, kind of like, the 2 happiest or the 2 most blessed cards in this deck, and you just got one of them. So that's a really good sign. I mean, it's all good. I'm just thinking out loud as I'm making these observations here. And what's fascinating is how you can have the same cards that come out, because the cards don't change, right? Like, and this is just a side thought, but the cards don't change, but it's interesting how you could get the same card for one person or another person or another person or another person or another person, or, you could pull this card for any of these cards. You could pull for 1,000 different people, and the meanings would be different for all of them, right? That's what's kind of wild to me about how this works. One of those interesting, magical unknowns about how this stuff works. Okay, so this one is this one's All That Glitters. This card is Deep Knowing, and then at the bottom here we have By the Book. I'm going to just set that over here. Kind of keep it streamlined, and then let's try 3. Okay, yeah. This totally makes sense. All right, so all right, and then I'm going to end in a minute with some surrender cards. So we'll just start here, and then I'm going to get some surrender cards from the surrender deck that I have over here. But yeah, your message is your challenge in your message is super straightforward, super clear, which is good for me as the reader. So we'll start up here. We'll just go through all the things. These cards down here, I told you what these ones are. I didn't name these. So we have a message is trying to reach you. It says, be vigilant. The spirit world wishes to find and touch you. And the next card here says, flames of desire. Let them shine out in radiant light and shun the dark paths. And then this card says, it's time for change. Do not wait or put off decisions any longer. And then follow the path of your soul is at the bottom of the deck here. Do not allow anyone or anything to stop you. So if we were to just take the verbiage or literally what I just read to you on these cards, and just take them in like a like long form statement. Essentially, everything that I just read here, with all of these cards at the bottom, is the answer. Basically, it's like it is the answer to your question of what your current challenge is. These other cards up top here are saying the same thing in their own nuanced way. Okay, so in no particular order, we're going to start here. We're going to start here because this is the problem that we all have. The problem that we all have is when you are a spiritual being, well, we're all spiritual beings, but when you know that you have a spiritual gift and you live in a very superficial world, or you live in a world that you don't feel like you belong in, or you feel alienated from, or you feel different, you feel weird, you know, the world can be a harsh place for us spiritual people because we know that we're not like everybody else, in the sense that we don't just accept the matrix for what it is. However, you know, we're still human. We don't want to be judged. We want to be accepted. You know, we would love to feel like we'd all come out of the spiritual closet and just be our witchy woo-woo selves and all these things. But it's not that simple. It's not that easy, because if it was, we'd all be doing it, right? So I can relate to that in saying that, again, just like I was saying a minute ago earlier when I was doing Roberto's reading, that I've had to wrestle myself into coming out here and doing this, even though it's uncomfortable for me. Even now, there's a level of discomfort in it. It's not like I'm sitting here just like, oh man, this is the shit. Like, man, this is amazing, right? But even despite the tension or the anxiety that I feel, or the whatever level of discomfort that I have that exists in the doing of this thing, the amount of fulfillment, the stimulation, the profoundness of it all to me is far outweighs it. You know, it's like I'm here within myself, observing myself doing this thing as it's happening, but I disassociate it as well. It's like, yes, here I am saying these things. It's me, it's my body, it's my voice, but there's almost like this part of me that's observing me doing it, that's fascinated by it. But it's also very gratifying. It's very fulfilling, you know, because it's like, man, this is so fucking cool, and it's fun. It's super fun. Like, it's super fun. It's super cool. It's stimulating for me. It's exciting in a way. And when you get to that point within yourself and your spiritual growth and your spiritual journey where you can just let go, and you're just allowing whatever that thing is inside of you to just be and come out and express itself, even though it's, you know, there's that tension there, there's that anxiety there, there's always that little bit of like that little bit of discomfort, that little bit of something there. It doesn't matter even if it's almost non-existent, but there's that little bit of something there. There's that, it still serves you. It's like a fuel. There's something in there that's like, yeah, like there's always a little smidge of fear, and it's not fear in the traditional sense of the way we think of fear, but it's more of like living in the moment of uncertainty. That's what it is. Because there's this beautiful moment, and man, I hope all of you guys are listening to this. Like, this is not just for Rhonda. Okay, this is a collective message that we can all, like, it's giving me chills. There is a beautiful, powerful moment that so many spiritual teachers try to explain in their videos and their books and all these things, right? About the power of now and detachment and the art of letting go and the art of allowing and all these different words and language and terminologies and things. And really what it is, it's being in the doing of that spiritual thing where it's not 100% you, but it's not 100% the universe. It's a delicate moment of being in a co-creative or a collaborative environment where you're aware, just like I am right now. I'm aware that I'm here and I'm aware of my presence in my body and what I'm doing, what I'm saying. I'm aware of the reality that I'm experiencing, but there's a part of me that's not. There's a part of me that is allowing that force to come through me, right? And so it's like part of it is the universe, God, source, universe, spirit, that's doing something that I don't have control over because I'm allowed. I mean, I have control over me. I could turn it off. I could stop this. You know, I could jump full back into my ego and say, nope, done. Not allowing God, source, universe, or spirit to come through me and operate and do its thing with me. Keyword, with me. But when I allow that force to come through me, the fear that I was speaking about just a second ago is the sensation of uncertainty, because that part of what's happening, I am not in control of. And that's a very interesting place for a lot of people to be in, because most people are fucking control freaks. Most people are control freaks. If we all just have to be honest with ourselves, we don't like not having control. And so anytime that we step into our spiritual purpose or our spiritual calling, a lot of times we misunderstand the sensation of fear or anxiety that I've been talking about for something that it's not. If that makes sense to you guys, okay? Like, it's not, you're not experiencing fear in terms of you're afraid of doing the thing. You're just experiencing a space. You've created space for this, for God, source, the universe, to come in and do and work through you and be a part of what you're doing that you're not completely in control of, because you've allowed, through your free will choice, you've created space, or you've created an allowance for the universe, God, source, the spirit to work through you. And that's why it's called a spiritual gift, right? Like, we all have gifts and talents within us to do lots of things, but not all of those gifts and talents are necessarily spiritual, right? Some people would tell you maybe they are, but I disagree. Not everything that you're good at is necessarily spiritual, right? The things that are truly spiritual, or your true spiritual gifts, are those things that require you to make an allowance for spirit to be present in the operation of whatever that thing is, if that makes sense. So what I'm doing here is a spiritual gift, because if I'm just using my logic, I can never do this. I can memorize these cards. Like I've got the book, like I got all the books. Here are the meanings of the cards. Oh, what is this card here? This card here. Okay, there it is. It says here, this is what this card means. And I'm not saying that those meanings are wrong, or I'm not saying that for most people, or for people that want to just buy the cards and use the meanings, that will serve a purpose, and it will take you so far, right? But anybody can do that. So anybody that can get on Amazon and buy a deck of cards with a book can get information by doing this. But that doesn't mean that they have a spiritual gift doing this. There's a difference, right? Because they're limited to their knowledge. They're limited to what they know. They're limited to their self. There's not that space. There's not that opening for the divine to come through you, right? So So how does this relate to Rhonda? So Rhonda, how this relates to you and to all of us is we have to learn to get very comfortable with uncertainty. We have to, for all of you out there that are listening to this, please hear me. If you feel like you have a spiritual calling, which I believe most of you probably do if you're here on my channel, because those are the people that I attract into my life, into my hemisphere, whether you think you do or not, you probably have a spiritual call in your life. And your fulfillment, the actual fulfillment that's possible for your life, not just the thing that you're looking for right now, like, hey, I want to know if my ex is going to come back. I want to know if I'm going to find love this year. I want to know if I'm going to make more money. Am I going to get the new job? I'm going to get the house, but whatever the thing is, right? Like we're all, that's our ego being busy about, worried about all the things in life that we think we need, or we think we don't have, or what we need to have in order to be happy and to be satisfied and to live and to function and all these things. All of our worries, all of our fears, all of our doubts, our scarcity, our security, our concerns. And there's a place for that. I'm not demonizing that. I'm human. I experienced that too. But, this is a big old but. The but is, if you have a spiritual calling, your true fulfillment, I'm talking about the fulfillment that's lasting, the fulfillment that transcends all of your normal needs and all that shit, will only come when you allow this God source universe to collaborate through you and with you. And you're tapped into whatever that thing is for you, just like I'm doing right now. Now, this isn't the end-all be-all of what my spiritual purpose is, but it's a big part of it, right? So me being here and serving the collective as a messenger is a part of my spiritual calling, because I have to rely upon spirit to be here to do this, or I couldn't do it because I don't have the intelligence for it. But when I show up and I allow that spiritual gift to operate through me, I mean, I say shit that I have to go back to these, I have to go back through these long, live things. And I'm like, I said something here and I said something there. I remember saying something about this. Like, I remember saying all these things, and I go back and I try to find when I said those things, because I'm like, that was for me. That was for me. I need to remember that. That spoke to me. So I'm out here, I'm giving messages to you guys, but just as much as I'm giving messages to you guys, it's like the divine is speaking to me. It's like I'm preaching to myself, basically. And I don't know about you guys, but there's some shit that comes through me, and this isn't a brag on me, because it's not me. It's the universe speaking through me. Obviously, there's some treasure that comes through sometimes, and I'm like, man, like I can't speak for anybody else. I mean, I can cross my fingers and I hope that they got the gold in that, but I know for damn sure I'm going to go grab that gold, because, if I could apply that to my life would change. And so, again, that's the beauty of why I try to do the channel the way that I do, because you guys, what you don't know is you're coming here with questions, and the answers that come through from the divine, they're for you, but you're also bringing treasure to your friends, to your fellow human beings. You're calling forth messages that come through me that could apply to other people, because if you had not come here to ask this question, those messages may not have come through me. And those messages, if you're paying attention, you're not just, well, it's Rhonda's turn, it's not my question, so I'm just going to go check out, which is fine. You can do that. But if you're here and you're actually paying attention, you'll realize, like, man, there's some gold in this shit, right? And so, but anyways, the point of all this, and the point for you, Rhonda, going back to your reading now specifically, while I still speak to the collective, is there is a level of, for lack of better words, there's a level of discomfort in the uncertainty of operating in your spiritual gift that, to my knowledge at this point in my journey, has not gone away. Because you don't know. You're surrendering to allow something, and you don't know what's going to happen, because it's happening in real time. It's happening on the fly. But that's the beauty. when you release and you let go, when you allow that thing, that force to come through you on the fly, that's when the magic happens. And when you try to start to micromanage it, or you allow the ego to get involved, that's when that the whole thing just implodes, right? And so that the reason I'm sharing that is because it's absolutely tied to what's going on here in your reading areas with power, with this deep knowing card, which is about deep knowing, deep trusting yourself, deep trusting in the divine inside of you. It's not so much knowledge that I feel or sense that you don't have. Like, you have a lot of knowledge. It's trusting. It's transcending the knowledge. Like, you've gone to spiritual school, you've gone to spiritual college, and you graduated and you got the degree. You have a PhD and a doctorate in spirituality. Cool. Great. You got the certificate, it's mounted on the wall, blah, blah, blah. That's not the challenge, the spiritual challenge for you. The spiritual challenge is learning how to get comfortable in the discomfort of allowing that part of spirit to come through you so that you can see your power. You can actually see the fullness of your spiritual gift functioning and operating, right? And that's how you get confidence. That's how you learn, I can do this. This is how you learn, wow, actually, I'm kind of fucking good at this. Oh, actually, I can do this. Actually, I do have that gift. Actually, I can create that thing. Oh, actually, I am good at blah, 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 blah. Uncertainty is a lack of experience. That's all uncertainty is, just like an insecurity. When people say, I'm insecure, right? Well, they have insecurities. Well, all an insecurity is just an undiscovered part of oneself. I'm insecure about my ability to be a leader until I go out and I become a leader and I find out that I can be a leader. And once I experience that I can be a leader and that I can do this and I don't suck and I'm not a complete failure at it, I don't have an insecurity anymore, right? So that's all an insecurity is. It's just a part of myself that I haven't discovered. And look at how insecurity robs so many people of their happiness and fulfillment all the time. People in love and relationships, right? I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough, right? Well, what do you need to find about yourself to feel good enough? What do you need to discover? What part of yourself has been left undiscovered by you so that you have the confidence that you know that that part of you actually is good enough? That's just a side example. Not related to your reading, Rhonda, but that's just a side example for people in regards to insecurity. But it's no different. It's no different. Uncertainty is no different, right? And so what Spirit is wanting to show you, and so again, the reason I'm sharing this with you is because you have a power. Okay, if we start here, you have a power. The power that you have is a spiritual power. You know that you have a power because the deep knowing card is here. You've known that you've had this gift. You know you've been spiritual. You know you have something. Whatever that thing is that you know that you have it. You just may not be confident about it because you haven't allowed Spirit to work through you so you can have the level of confidence about the knowing that you're actually capable at the level that you actually are. Which is why we have this material and spiritual prosperity card here, because it's saying everything. This card could basically be translated as your fulfillment, your financial fulfillment, your spiritual fulfillment, which is obviously the most important type of fulfillment because it deals with the fulfillment of your soul, your spirit's fulfillment. But all of your fulfillment, love, money, all of it is tied to this card. But you can't access your true spiritual fulfillment until you step into your power, right? Which, requires, again, that level of trust. Allowing that spiritual force to come through you to prove to you that you actually have the power at the level that you actually do, regardless of whether you believe you have it at that level or not. So that's part of your challenge. Here we have the emotional loss card in reverse. So this is saying there are things, because everything is energy, that's science. That's not spiritual bullshit. That's actual science. Everything is energy. Emotions are a form of energy. The emotional loss card in reverse is saying that there are certain negative emotions that will define. I'm still holding onto this card. I'm gonna hold on to this card because I gotta explain this in just a second. There are certain negative emotions that we will define as resistance, right? So any type of negative emotion that is resistance. Now, if I could somehow, let me see here if I can get this for you. Let me. Diagram, yeah. And I'm gonna. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, so there's a diagram. I'm going to drop this into the chat. I'm dropping a link in. Oh, shit. It's too long. No, never mind. Okay, so go and Google this and do a image search. Very simple. Just do a Google image search for this. Power versus force diagram. And what you're going to see is a bunch of diagrams of emotions, a spectrum of emotions, okay? And obviously, there are certain emotions that vibrate at a higher frequency, and there's certain emotions that vibrate at a lower frequency. Very simple diagram. The ones that are below, basically, the ones that are below courage and going down from that point, we will call those resistance. So any emotions that you experience on the lower end of that image, those are resistant emotions or cause resistance. And so what the universe is trying to show you is those emotions that you experience are attached to something that you haven't let go of. So there's something in your life that you haven't let go of that's creating these emotions of resistance. And those emotions of resistance are like a cancer. They're bleeding out and they're affecting other areas of your life, which are also affecting your ability to step into your power and actually trust spirit in the universe. Because we've been habituated our entire life to believe that what we feel is real. So you have a thought, you experience an emotion as a result of having a thought, you feel it in your nervous system, and as you feel it in your nervous system, you think it's real. And so we respond to feelings because our nervous system experiences it, or we experience it in our body as a result of our nervous system. So this emotional loss card is basically saying, hey, there's some things within you, you have some negative emotions that are creating resistance that are kind of working against you. It's not the most important part of this message, but it's a component that you need to be aware of. It could be tied, though, to this recognition and reward, which is the old, outdated system of punishment and reward. Most of us were raised as children. We learn from punishment and reward. If you do what mommy and daddy say, you're good, you get loved, you get accepted. If you don't do what mommy and daddy say, you get punished, right? Very black and white. That's how most of us are raised. And then we have a format and a blueprint, a mental blueprint that's created as a result of that. That blueprint lives within us from a very young age. It's deep within our subconscious programming. We grow up and we still have this outdated blueprint that our parents gave to us when we were being raised. And so what's interesting is underneath this recognition and reward. And so again, this is tied to this emotional loss. So there's something about your belief about what it means to be recognized and be rewarded that is tied to these negative emotions that you need to let go of, because underneath this card we have move on. And I didn't know that was there, by the way. This move on card, I did not know was underneath this card. I'm just now seeing it because I lifted that. Now, if that's not enough, we also have mental conflict, because the ego's got to get involved. Because you can't have an emotion separate from the mental state, the mental story, the mental perception that you have, or the mental belief that you have about whatever a thing is. You can't, right? So that's what the mental conflict is about. So this is how people get stuck into negative cycles their whole life. They have an experience, and they attach a meaning to that experience, which creates a story. And then as a result of the experience they have, there is an emotion that they feel in their body. Well, the brain goes, was that a good feeling or a bad feeling? It checks in with the body, and the body's like, well, that was bad. So the brain goes, oh, okay, well, we don't like that. So it categorizes that experience as bad. So now you have this belief in your mind that ABC XYZ equals bad. So every time you come into contact with ABC XYZ, the brain goes bad. So the brain triggers the negative emotion in your body to let you know, hey, this is bad. But that's unrealistic, because there's lots of experiences that we have all of the time that aren't the exact same thing as those past experiences, right? But our brain doesn't know that, because our brain doesn't give two shits about keeping us happy. Our brain cares about keeping you safe. It's the most primitive part of our brain. So that's one side of this mental conflict. The other side of this mental conflict, there's things about your life you've been confused about for a while now, hence the reason why you're probably even asking this question. And so again, that mental conflict has created resistance that has been affecting your ability to tap into your true spiritual power, which brings me back to this card that I've been holding on to, which is all that glitters, which is gold, which is essentially the mask that we all wear, pretending to be something that we're not, because we're too afraid to step into the thing that we know that we could be or should do, because we're just scared shitless to do it. And that's me preaching to the choir again. This is us. This card is you're coming out of the closet. For everybody watching, all that glitters is gold is your coming out party. This is you coming out of the closet. I'm whatever that is for you. I'm a weird, spiritual, woo-woo, witchy, tarot, psychic, talk to dead people, whatever the thing is that you're morbidly afraid of the world knowing about you. So you hide. We all hide behind these masks, right? And the longer we stay behind the mask, the more hypnotized we become with other people who wear the mask. And this is why that we end up in situations and circumstances that are not aligned to us, because we start to believe our own bullshit. The longer you wear the mask, the longer you will believe your own bullshit. And then the more you believe your bullshit, the easier it is to believe other people's bullshit, because they're wearing their mask too, and they're just showing up and going, hey, I'm full of shit. I'm here to bullshit you. And you're like, nice, cool. Yeah, come on in. Bullshit me. Be fake, be phony, hide who you really are. Don't show me who you really are. Oh, you're fucked up. You're a cheater. Oh, you do this, you do that. Oh, if I talk shit about me, you're going to leave me. You're going to abandon me. Oh, you're going to do all that. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. But we allow it because we attract it because of this. We believe our own bullshit because we wear that mask for so long. So now we're susceptible to believing other people's bullshit. That's the reality of how the world works. The world is a mirror. Okay? So this card, the reason I said this is the center part of your reading, Rhonda, is because this is the ultimate challenge. The ultimate challenge is in order for you to step into your power and do all these things, to access the happy energy, the happy card, and to do all these things here at the bottom. A message is trying to reach you. Well, what's the message that's trying to reach you? This message right now. That it's time to trust yourself, embrace that uncertainty, embrace the unknown feeling of the divine working through you to show you that you have the power to do the thing that maybe you didn't think that you had the power to do, or for you to gain the evidence of being the thing that you've been afraid of being, so that you can prove to yourself that you're capable of being it, and that by being it, the universe isn't going to, throw you overboard, throw you into the deep end of the pool, and give you the middle finger and say, "Fuck you, I'm out." It's not a test. It's not a trial. It's not a game. The universe is saying, no. The happy is everything. I'm inviting you into the very thing that you desire, and your spirit and your heart and your soul know it. It's just the mental conflict. The ego is fighting you, because the ego doesn't want you to go out and do something by faith. It wants you to do things by certainty, which is called certainty sickness, When we have certainty sickness, we're afraid to do the things. And all of you out there, there's something that you're afraid of doing and you're not doing it. There's some part of your life that you're not accessing. There's some type of fulfillment that you're not laying hold of. Every single one of you out there, myself included, there's some part of something in our life that we are not doing because we have certainty sickness. We're just fucking afraid to do something without knowing what's going to happen. Or we're just afraid to trust our spiritual gift. Or we're afraid to step out and be authentic and true to who we are and not give a shit about what people think, what people say, or what they're going to think or what they're going to do by us coming out of the closet and being 100% ourselves, or allowing this spiritual force to come through us, whatever that spiritual gift is, and not completely have to micromanage it or not have to understand how it works the way it works, what it's going to do, how it's going to do it, and try to figure out the end from the beginning and all the things in between. Micromanaging, control freak. It's releasing. It's like, I'm going to just allow this thing to show up for me and prove to me that force is here. It's in me. It's not going anywhere. I can't lose it. It can't abandon me because I am it and it is me. It can't go anywhere. I can't lose this. There's nothing to be afraid of other than fear itself. That's it. That's all there is. Fear, most people are just afraid of being afraid. Because if you take inventory of your life, I guarantee every single one of you out there, if you look at your life, there's things that you've been afraid of that you've already gone through, you've already experienced. You've already been cheated on. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to be cheated on. Well, you were cheated on. You're still here, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, well, I was afraid of someone died. Well, did someone die? Yeah. Are you still here? Yeah. What else are you afraid of? Well, I was afraid that I was going to get fired at my job. Have you been fired before? Have you lost a job? Yeah. Are you still here? Yeah. Are you okay? Yeah. Every single one of us is afraid of something that we've already gone through, sometimes even worse than the things that we're actually afraid of. And we're still here. We're still fine. We're still being taken care of. Like, so what is it that we're actually afraid of? We're just afraid of the feeling of being afraid. We're afraid of our nervous system's response to mental bullshit, right? So the message that's trying to reach you, Rhonda, has to do with all of that. The flames of desire is, you know what lights your soul. The universe is saying you have a deep knowing. You know what sets your soul on fire. You know, deep down within you, you know what sets your soul on fire. You know what your passion is. You probably have seen or tasted or experienced your spiritual gift at work. You know. I think you know what this thing is. And the universe is saying, hey, just unleash me. Set me free. Trust me and unleash me, and I'll show you that I'm here with you, and I'm show you that we are a team, and I'm here with you, and there's no separation. And if you trust me, even though it's weird, just like me right now, I'm doing all this, I'm saying all this stuff. It's weird, it's bizarre, and I'm just allowing whatever comes through me to come through me, you know, but it is what it is. If you can just allow that force to work through you, you'll be shown the same thing. And then here, it's time for a change. You know that you know, the deep knowing. You know that 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 you know. How many more days, Rhonda? How many more weeks? How many more months, Rhonda? How many more years, Rhonda, are you going to stay the same thing? How many more Groundhog Days are you going to do? How many more days are you going to get up out of bed and go, man, my God, another same day, the same day. All the while, your spirit is inside of you, reminding you, poking you with your passion, poking you with your purpose, poking you with your calling, stirring it up inside of you, because it's not going to leave you alone. Your spirit's not just going to let you roll through Groundhog's Day the rest of your life. I mean, you can. Your ego, your free will, we can do it. We can say, oh, you know what? I know. I feel it. Every day I wake up and I feel my calling screaming at me. Come on, man, do it. Go for it. Come out of the closet. Set me free. And we're in control. We have to give permission to that thing to come through. Which leads us here. Follow the path of your soul. And you know this. It's not, and I'm where are my surrender cards here? Well, I'll get these as I kind of wrap this up for you. But it's not so much, I don't even think anything that I've told you, anything that I've said is new for you. I think you've heard all this before in a different way, maybe in a different reading or different words or explained a different way. But I don't think that I'm telling you anything that your own spirit, your own knowledge, or some other person hasn't already told you in some way, some shape, some form, some capacity. It's just a repeat message. And it's not the information, it's not the knowledge here that gives you the power to set yourself free. It's coming out of the closet. Coming out of the closet is what sets us all free. And that it's scary as hell. I was scared shitless to do this. Even more so because I come from a poster Christian background. These cards are demonic and evil and witchcraft and I'm going to go to hell. I believed in that stuff. Hardcore believed in that stuff. Like for over 30 years of my life. I'm 43. So it's only been in like the last, I don't know, five or 6 years that I've been open to all of this. So most of my life, this shit was evil, demonic. You're going to go to hell. Devil's going to come out of these cards and jump on you and get demon possessed and your head's going to turn, you're going to vomit and priests are going to come over and splash holy water on you and you're going to rape yourself with a cross or something, that's what I believed. And so when I started to learn all of this and I got the same type of message that I'm giving you now, where it's like, hey dude, it's time to come out of the closet. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Everybody I know is a Christian. Everybody I know is from that background. Everybody that I know, literally, like they're going to think I've sold my soul to the devil, to Satan. Like what happened to Eddie? He sold his soul to Natas, Beelzebub, the devil. He's demonic. He what happened to him? He lost his salvation and he rejected Jesus Christ and now he's serving the devil. Like, it was no joke, man. I mean, coming out of the closet for me is one of the most frightening things that I've ever done. But it's one of the most liberating things that I've ever done and most empowering things I've ever done. And I don't regret it. No, I never will. And I don't care what anybody thinks. And you know what? Nobody gave a shit. That's the crazy thing about it. All of my mental conflict about coming out of the closet, nobody gave a shit. Nobody cares. Everybody else out there is living their life, doing their thing. I've never been, I've never had people come and, hey, what are you doing? You're demonic, you're witchcraft. I've never had anybody come at me, attack me, knock on wood. But if they did, so what? Like all the things that I was worried about from coming out of the closet, none of it happened. None of it. Zero. Zilch. Hence the whole FEAR acronym, false evidence appearing real, right? So, what does Rhonda need to surrender? In addition to all of these messages, what does she need to surrender specifically? You cannot make this shit up. I hope you guys all just saw that card flew out of this deck as I'm shuffling on camera. These two kind of rolled out of the deck, but this one came out. This one came out with the force. And you know what this card says? This is how how I know that what I'm doing is not me. This right here. Surrender to your full power. Everything we said. What does this card say? Power. Surrender to your full power. Look, we got this lion here. We got this guy here with the face of a lion here. I mean, your spiritual team is all over you, Rhonda. Like, I mean, they are all over you. It's just, it's like a water balloon fight, and you can't, like, you're just getting bombarded with all of the water balloons. Like, you can't even respond or react because you're getting hit with so many of them. Like your spiritual team is just all over you right now. This card says your life is calling for you to step into your full power rather than playing small. Follow your soul's path. It's time for a change. It's just more repeated messages. This one says surrender to the beauty of the natural world. It says take a relaxing break and spend time in nature, replenishing yourself by feeling the beauty and the ecstasy there. Yeah, it's basically saying, like, anything that will help you get out of this mental conflict stuff. Surrender your fear of intimacy. Now, this could have to do with the emotional side of things, but and while I get a dual energy on that, you may have fear of intimacy, like when it comes to partnerships, relationships, things, but there's a deeper meaning to this card as well. Surrender of the fear of the intimacy of you hiding behind the mask of yourself. There's some part of, I don't know, it could be your story, your experience, trauma, or something you've experienced where it's like there's a fear of going too deep within yourself because you're afraid of what you're going to see there, what you're going to meet there, what's going to come up out of you, what you're going to have to relive or revisit or re-experience. There's something here about you having a fear of going too deep within yourself because of something. I don't know what that is, but you know what that is. And then we have surrender to your soul's path. Dude, I seriously, man, I should just, like, why am I not like a millionaire fucking psychic right now? Come on. You can't make this shit up. Look, follow, just so everybody can see, follow the path of your soul. Surrender to your soul's path. What else can I say? I'll read the card. Your life's journey has been perfectly designed for your soul's growth. Embrace every lesson in every moment. Rhonda, 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 Rhonda. My sister from another mister. You beautiful, badass soul. The time is now. It's your time, Rhonda. It's your time. It is your time. Not a day later, not a week later, not a month later, not a year later, not a book later, not a course later, not a learning later, not an experience later. My friend, you are ready now. Right here, right now. You are ready for this calling. So, for those of you that are still here, that have been listening, I want us all to do something for our sister, our wonderful friend and sister Rhonda. And I want you guys to put a heart in the chat to celebrate Rhonda's coming out party. You didn't know that tonight, on this full moon, whatever the thing is that we're doing right now, whatever's happening, the crazy full moon, we're dropping hearts in the chat for you, and we're all sending you love. We're all sending you confidence. We're all believing in you collectively tonight, because tonight is your coming out party. This officially is Rhonda's coming out party. If I could stop the live and if I could rename this live reading to something other than free tarot readings, I would rename this live reading to Rhonda's coming out party. That's what I would call this reading. And for me, that's what it will be called. So, technically, I'm in Eastern time zone. It's October 18th. It's 10/18/2024. And tonight we celebrated Rhonda's coming out party. Brenda's like, you a crazy motherfucker. And I say, cheers to that. Because yes, I am. Yeah. Okay. All right. Patty, you are up, my friend. If you want to drop your question into the chat. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. It's getting hot in here. Brandy, I'm so glad you found my channel too. I have I have Patty, and so Brandy, if you donated, then you'll be after. Yeah, you'll be after Patty. So, just gonna give Patty a second here to type her question. Let me scroll back up to make sure she didn't post it already, because I probably missed it. Let's see. Okay, she paid 10. Yeah, thank you. Just whatever it says. Okay, so just waiting for her question. And while we wait for Patty's question, I'm going to open my window because it's getting a little hot. I'll probably get like freezing cold in like 5 minutes, but so it is with the nature of the beast. Patty, Patty, Patty. Patty, are you here? If you can hear me, Patty. Absolutely, Brandy. So you just want like a general reading. I'll give Patty just a few more seconds, and then Brandy, I'll do you if she doesn't respond, and then I can circle back to her if she comes back into the chat. Okay. I'll go ahead and do you, Brandy, since you're here. We got something exciting coming up. Excitement is here. Okay, Brandy, something's about to come to light for you. So you have excitement and you have celebration, and something's about to be illuminated here. So we have the illumination. It's in reverse. It's something that something that's been it's been a minute. It's been a minute coming, basically. I know that's kind of vague. We're gonna get more about that. Obviously, you're here. We have the female and we have the collective. So there's something here. The collective card has to do with basically our contribution to the collective, but also the collective's contribution to us. So basically, you being here and you listening and hearing all the other things that I've said to other people, the other messages that the universe comes through, the things that resonate for you, that make sense to you, that have stood out to you, that you may have heard, that would be part of the collective. But there's something that you're meant to do that I feel that's going to be illuminated to you, this serving a higher purpose in that regard. We're going to obviously get more, but this is kind of just pointing us in the direction of what this is looking like. And I don't know if, like, sometimes, like, music, I mean, music obviously very spiritual, but here's something. I don't know if there's something into this song, but it feels relevant. Man, this is I don't know if it's the full moon tonight. I don't know what it is, man. Your guys' readings, man, are fucking me up, and in such a good way. This is all right. This reading is just already. This reading is fucking amazing. I love it. Um. Oh man. Brandy, 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 brandy. Brandy, brandy. Brandy, 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 brandy. Where am I here? Um, what do I need? 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 I know what I need. There we go. Okay, Brandy, your reading, in my opinion, is fucking sick. This is all right. So first off, I'm just gonna tell you that coming into, you're about to come into a very prosperous spiritual season of abundance. Like something like whatever it is that you've been doing, or whatever you've been at your spiritual journey, the path you've been going to, like it's about to, it's all coming to fruition, right? So there's three things here. Your reading has like three kind of things going on. So on the spiritual front, you're going back to your purpose in life, your spiritual gifts and things. Like you definitely have something here about self-employment here, obviously. So this card here says self-employment. So it's commitment, resourceful, confident, rewarding. So there's something about you stepping into your power, starting your own job or something. Like you're going to basically, you're being called to be your own boss, do your own thing, whatever that looks like for you. You have a crazy spiritual gift. I don't know how aware you are of the gift that you have, but I feel that when you trust it, I feel that you're psychic as fuck. We have communication and we have guide. And over here we had the collective. Because remember when I pulled these cards, I kind of hung out on this card for a second and I was explaining to you like what the meaning of that card was. So I knew that there was something here when I saw that card. I was like, okay, well, she's got something that she's doing. Well, and then these cards came. We had communication. So you obviously have a gift of communication. I don't know if you know what your in numerology, like what your life path is. Like I don't know if you're like a life path 3 or you have a 3 somewhere in your chart. Could have a 6, could have a 9, but I'm getting a strong sense that you might have a 3 somewhere. So you're very gifted in communication. And I'm specifically getting like spiritually, you're spiritually gifted, like super gifted. Like you don't need cards. You just get down, you get locked in, you pick up people's energy. And when you really let go, when you let spirit move through you, it's like fire. It's just like, you actually, I feel if you go deeper down that rabbit hole, I feel that you will have an opportunity to channel, like actually connect to a specific deity, entity, like actually channel a specific angel, whatever you want to call it. You know, there's people out there, like Bashar, and if you know who that is, and so you know, there's lots of them, right? People who channel a specific. You know, you have Abraham Hicks. You know, like you have that, whatever that is, you have that, and so I don't know what that process is, but there's something about you being able to open yourself up to connect to whatever that is. It's individual for you, and then you will be the voice of that. You will be the channeler for that. So it's not a set in stone thing, but it is if you want it. So like if you just, yeah, I'm open to that, but you have the capabilities and the channel, like your gift is capable. You have the capability for that. So we have communication, then obviously we have guide. So that's just confirmation that you are here to be a channel and a guide in that regard. So these two cards, communication, guide, and then self-employment, and then we have blessing in disguise here. And it says trust, revelation, significance, and surprise. And so this card really is kind of like, it has to do with, like I said, there were like 3 major themes to your reading here. It has to do with all 3. So there's a blessing in disguise in the fact that, spiritually speaking, your life is about to explode. So just get ready, because you're about to have your hands full with a lot of really cool shit that you're really passionate about. And it's going to be a very abundant and prosperous time. So you're stepping into like a promised land time for you. Like this is going to be like for you and your journey, like a really abundant season for you. You're about to start here. So there's that. Now the next one of these next things, besides this spiritual advancement, I guess, for lack of better words, that that's about to happen with you. You have somebody in your past, right? So somebody that you've been on hiatus with the pause energy here. You do have a past energy. I do think it's romantic. I do think that there is a past romantic person that realizes that they fucked up. I don't know what you believe. It could be you could have been in separation potentially with a twin flame. I don't say that loosely, because I'm not one of those people on YouTube that does tarot, and every time you fall in love, it's your twin flame, it's your twin flame, it's your twin flame, it's your twin flame. It's like, no, most of the people out there that most of you people are interested in are toxic and karmic as fuck. I'm just being real. I'm just being real. But I get it. We get into spirituality, we learn about twin flames, and so then everybody becomes your twin flame, right? So I'm not here tooting that horn lightly, okay? But you very, very well could. You very, very well could. Patty, I did see. I see you typing right now. I just saw it, just so I let you know, because I glanced at the chat. So just know, Patty, that I do see you there. So don't worry. I see your message right above Brandy's, just so that you have peace of mind that I see you there. But for you specifically, Brandy, I feel like even if this isn't a twin flame, whoever this person is, you definitely have a very strong connection with this person. So all the labels aside, doesn't matter. This person, I feel, whoever this person could be, they realize now, hindsight 2020, that life was not better without you. And so here we have this card says apathetic, wounded, unfulfilled, and divided, which is obviously tied to this card over here, which says loss. And then we have regrets, and then we have help. The help card has multiple meanings. It has to do with, obviously, your spiritual calling is designed to help people, but I feel that this person is realizing now that they may not come to you and say this because of their ego, but in the time that you've been apart from this person, they're realizing just how helpful you have been in their life. Like they're realizing, like, my God, my life, like this woman was teaching me all of these things. I just didn't see it when I was in it. But they're having the realization now. So that is, interestingly enough, also tied to this illumination card in reverse, because this person was not sensing, they weren't having the realization of who you were in their life when they were in your life, for all the various reasons that people don't get it, right? Like, you know, they're unawakened, they're plugged into the matrix, fear, trauma, other bullshit, whatever it is, right? There's all the things it could be. Well, this person has kind of like, it's almost the way that I get it is almost like whatever happened with you and this person, and it doesn't really matter, but it's almost like you kept going. Like, hey, you know what? It sucks. It is what it is. I'm going to keep going. You went, you kept growing, you kept evolving. You were focused on your life. You're focused on your growth. And you've been in this really, you've been working your ass off and growing and moving and growing. And now here you are at the precipice of entering this kind of this promised land, so to speak, time where you're about to reap the benefits of all your hard work, and you're about to step into all the things that you've been waiting for. And you've been so preoccupied with that part of your life, you haven't really thought about that past situation. It is what it is. It was what it was. Cool. You know, like, you moved on. Well, this person hasn't been able to stop thinking about you since you guys have been apart. And they've had this major realization, revelation, like, oh my God, like, I know that I'm supposed to be with this person, or, you know, they're meant to be in my life again, you know, like, to some degree or some capacity. And they're having that realization now because they're in deep regret. They're experiencing the loss, and this person is going to come back. And I think at first, again, I don't know that they're going to come back. I don't think that, hold on one second. I don't think that they're going to come. I don't think that they're going to come in explicitly on the front end, or in like a direct way, telling you, like, you know, like, they're not going to come in and go, hey, Brandy, I need your help. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be like that. But it'll be more of like, they'll probably come in like more casual at first, kind of like testing the water, dipping a toe in the water. And then I feel like, depending on how you respond to that, as the conversation unfolds, and he realizes, like, because let's just be real. When most people come back, especially if they know they were the ones that did that person wrong, they're expecting the worst. They're expecting to be punished. They know they're guilty. They know whatever they did, and they're expecting it. They're expecting you to either tell them to fuck off, or get into an argument, or expect to be blocked, or whatever. Rejected, ignored. People expect the worst when they come back. And so when you give them something that they're not expecting, you give them, you know, like, hey, yeah, cool, what's up, man? You know, like, you don't give them the thing that they thought, or you give them the thing that they think they deserve. It's like, they don't know what to do with that. It catches them off guard because they were expecting something worse, right? But as a high vibrational spiritual being, we know better than that. And again, it doesn't mean that we have to let these people back in and not have boundaries, but it doesn't mean that people come back. It's like, hey, look, my role and my job here as a spiritual being having a physical experience is to embody unconditional love. I'm here to unconditionally love you. That's what I'm here to do. And so, and it doesn't mean be with you to unconditionally love you, but just realize that the parts of you where you betray yourself, your fear, your insecurities, your doubts, and all that stuff, the devil energy in tarot, that's the part of us where we betray ourselves. It's like, I get it. We all have that. We all have that part of us where we betrayed ourselves. We don't have to let that part of somebody into our lives. But it also doesn't mean that we can't have the perception and the sight to see the beauty of the spiritual being that exists underneath the devil energy, right? And so all that to say is, I think this guy's going to come back. Somebody is going to come back. And I think that when they realize that you're not going to basically beat the shit out of them or punish them, and I say that metaphorically, obviously, like not literally beat the shit out of them, but like, that you're not going to lower yourself to that vibration. It's like, I don't have to punish you. That's going to invite that person to open up. And I think this person is actually going to admit things to you and tell you things that are going to blow your mind. Like, oh my God, like, I didn't even know you were capable of being this vulnerable. I didn't know you were capable. Like, I didn't know you were capable of this. Right. And he is. And we have this focus on your health card. And I think this has to do with him. It's metaphorical. It's his health in all the forms. It's physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. And he just realizes, like, he's just betrayed himself. Like so many people do. And he has not been aligned to any part of his true spiritual path. And when he was away from you, it was his spirit revealing to him in your absence that you were actually the very thing that was showing him the way to the thing that he needed to become. And there's no way that I could ever repeat what just came out of my mouth, but it was profound and it's beautiful and it's powerful. You were essentially being a guide for him even. And he didn't see it at the time, but he sees it now. He may not see it in the fullness of spiritual awareness, the way that you understand it, but he sees it and understands it enough to know and to trust and to follow that whatever that force is within him that says, hey, you need to go back. You need to seek her out and you need to try to make this right. He has enough awareness to obey and listen to that. And I think that's why he's coming back. And I do think that he is going to have a different, he's going to, his approach and his energy towards you is going to be a lot different than it was. Like he's actually going to, how would I say this? There's a level of respect and honor that he has for you now, or that he will have for you now, I should say, that he didn't before. Because maybe he didn't understand you, he didn't understand your gifts, or he didn't understand your perception of the world, or all whatever those things are. But I think at the very least, he's going to realize that he was wrong about a lot of things. And even if he doesn't fully know what he believes or wherever he stands with certain things, he's okay to be curious. And any part of him where he is unable to get there, like where he was like, well, I just can't, like he just is not going to see eye to eye about something or completely believe the way you believe. He's okay being in a position of, he doesn't need that anymore. Like he's okay to respect and honor you for the fact that, well, she believes it and it's important to her. And I can respect that because at the end of the day, it's not about what she believes. It's about who she is. Right. And that's the beauty of it. It's like he's starting to realize who you are as a person, not who you are as your beliefs or your perception or your ideas or your emotions or the things that he couldn't understand, right? Because he was separating the parts of you. It's like he couldn't see the woods through the trees, right? It's like, no, dude, you can't pick and choose these parts of her and go, well, I like this part, but I don't like that part, because it's all parts of her are her. You can't like one part and hate the other because it doesn't make sense. She is both. She is this and she's that. That part that you love is no different than that part that you don't like. And so he's having this realization, I think, where he's seeing that now. He's like, she's just, all of who she is who she is. And it's take it or leave it. But I think he's realizing the beauty of it because of the way that it's impacted him in hindsight. And that's the power that you have, Brandy. In addition to this guy or whatever the situation is, I want to go a step further and say there's going to be times when you use your spiritual gift. You're going to feel it. You're going to know it. You're going to sense it. It's going to come over you. Your whole body is going to ignite. It's going to tingle. You're going to feel it. Like your whole body is going to, it's like your soul, like every fiber of your being is ignited and feels on fire. And you're going to be doing your thing, and the person that you're helping in that moment is going to seem like it did nothing for them. And sometimes you may even get blatant feedback. Somebody might say, well, that was a waste of time. I mean, they may not say it like that, but you may just kind of get this sense of like, man, like, I know there was a profound spiritual thing that just happened with this person. And they're looking at me like deer in a headlight. Like, and they're just, they're like, well, okay, well, thanks. And they kind of just walk off, and if you're not careful, you'll question yourself. You go, man, what, like, was I just making that up? Or was I like, how could I know that I know and feel what I felt? And I'm over here having this experience, and they just walk like nothing even happened. So what Spirit wants you to know, Brandy, is oftentimes, I'm not going to say a lot of times, but there will be times where your work and the work that you do and the effect that you have has a delayed effect. There's a delay. Just like with this guy, he came in contact with your energy. He came in contact with your gift. You shared your energy and you shared your gift with him, and you did not see immediate result or immediate effect. He leaves. He goes away for X amount of time. Then it hits him. The delayed effect hits him. And he's like, holy shit. And he knows that you were the one that caused it. And then, he's transformed by it. So don't be fooled when you do things for people and you don't see the immediate effect. And don't go into that place where you start blaming yourself or wondering and questioning yourself. Just when you know that you're operating in your gift, and you don't get an immediate result or immediate effect, just know like, hey, it's cool. I did what I was supposed to do. It's in the hands of the divine, and there's divine timing because there's a delay that's occurring here. And, eventually, the effect will catch up with them, and just know that what you're doing is always working. That's the point I'm trying to make. What you're doing is always working. It's never not working, because Spirit can never not work. That's not how it works, right? So, so you're entering a super exciting time here. I think you will be celebrating something in the near future. I think you're going to be celebrating a few wins. I do think that part of the excitement that's coming towards you is tied to this guy coming back from the past. I do think that this person is coming back to you in a renewed energy. But you have to trust yourself. You have to trust your intuition. And that's just part of the game, right? Like, I'm not one of those readers that tell you just because the cards say everything looks unicorns, roses, and rainbows to let the cards become your decision maker for your life. That's not how it works. That's irresponsible. You're giving your power away to pieces of paper, when you, me, and everybody needs to be using our own authority to make our own decisions, trusting ourselves anytime we're confronted with anything, right? There are people, in my life that if they came back, people who've cheated on me that I've had profound spiritual connections with, that if they came back to me right now and said, hey, I've changed. Okay, cool. Like, I'm curious. Let's talk about it. Let's see what's up. You know what I mean? Like, I can hold space for curiosity, but just because somebody comes back to me and says they've changed doesn't mean I'm just going to let them in, right? That's irresponsible. So, all that to say, if you hear from this person, right? If this person comes back to you, trust your gift, your spiritual gift, to lead you in what feels right for you in terms of what the next best decision is to make in regards to how much you allow that person into your life or not allow them into your life. But just know, regardless of what decision you make, if this person comes back or doesn't, just know that you have done a profound thing in their life. You've touched their heart. You've changed their life. You've affected this person in the positive way. Regardless of whether or not they had a positive effect in your life, you have had a positive effect in their life. Hindsight is 2020. They realize Brandy was a blessing to me. She's touched my life. So there's not really a whole lot else for me to say, because you're doing everything right. Like, you got here. You got to your promised land because you were doing everything right. You just keep going. Like, the path that you're on, just keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. And know that this is like confirmation for you, like a check-in, I guess, where the universe is basically saying, keep going, dude. Like, you're kicking ass. Your blessings are coming. You have a really exciting time coming up for you. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing, because you're kicking ass and you're taking names. You're a badass. You're a badass. It's really like, this reading gave me chills. Like, when the cards were coming out, this reading gave me chills. I was like, oh man, I could feel the excitement. And that's why I had the reaction that I had. I was like, oh man, dude, this is so good. Sometimes it's hard to translate the emotion that I feel through the way that I talk, but I could feel it. So very, very exciting time coming up for you. You're so very welcome. Okay, Patty. You're up, my friend. Wait, I think, did she ask your question? Yeah, you did. Okay, whatever comes out, I am a Leo. Never mind, Patty. I see it. I got it. Okay, so I might have to grab another deck. This is, yeah. Okay, so there's a few things I have to check in here for you, Patty. But so far, this one piece so far looks really good, and there's more. So I just clarified this one card, but it looks really good. But I got to check this other part too, though. Okay. So we got a little bit of a three-part thing here for you, Patty. A couple of different things going on with you. Couple of different things. All right, so the cornerstone of your reading here, and I'll show you all the cards. I'll show you everything. So don't worry, about that. But when I get to the card, I'll be sure to show you and read it so that if you decide to come back and rewatch the video, you'll be able to see everything. You'll know what card was what and what it said, all the things. So here we are with you. This is the cornerstone of your reading, and this is probably the most important card on the table for you, which is Ascension. I know you can't really see the word. This is a deck that I created for myself. So, when I created it, I didn't need it to be perfect. I'm not selling it or anything, but yes, it's really hard to see with the font, but it does say down here, it says the word Ascension is at the bottom here. It's card number 26. Obviously, there's a stairway going up into the heavens here. So basically, you've been going through a period of kind of like a spiritual. You've been going through some. How do I say this? You've had some trials. You've had some lessons, and there's a few things that you're not quite completely out of. Like there's some things going on in your life right now that need to be addressed, but that's kind of like the surface of it, right? Like that's the daily, the practical, the doings. It's not the important thing. The important thing is the spiritual meaning behind the things that are happening in your life right now. That's always the important thing. We just get lost. The spiritual meanings get lost in translation because most people are, when you wake up, you're not thinking about spiritual things. You're thinking about what I have to do today, what I have to go to work, I got to handle this, got to deal with my kids, got to pay my bills, got to cook dinner, got to go to the gym. We go into doing mode. We're just doing. We're human doings instead of human beings, right? And especially in today's culture where everything is distraction central, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, next distraction, on to the next thing. We a lot of times, and even spiritual people, like even myself, we often struggle to take time out to become aware of really what the hell's going on, right? So we find ourselves in chaos or conflict or whatever's going on in our life, but we never actually separate ourselves from it long enough to evaluate it, to go, okay, wait, what's actually happening here? Not what do I think's happening here, not what did they do to me, not what do I feel about it, not my ego, he said, she said, this is happening, they're an asshole, they're a dick, that person this, that. It's like the judgments and all the things. But truly stepping back from it on a spiritual level and going, what's going on here spiritually? Like what's really happening that is actually affecting me? And it would be really easy to say, well, what do you mean what's affecting me? It's all affecting me. Yes, but no. I mean, if you go to work and you're having a fight or a disagreement with your boss, yes, technically that's affecting you, but that's the superficial level, right? That's not what is the spiritual effect of this? Who am I becoming as a result of what's happening in my life? Or what is the feedback? What is the spiritual feedback that my life is giving me about what needs to change? Who do I need to become? How do I need to detour? How do I need to navigate? How do I make sense of what's going on? So that's what this card is about. And that's essentially the reason I said it's the cornerstone of your reading, because this card is the lens through which we want to interpret everything else that I'm going to say. Because as I talk about potential situations that could be going on in your life, if you hear with just your physical ear, then you're going to filter it through just your physical egotistical mind. You're just going to, your brain's going to to associate it to the natural realm, the superficial. And so there's a quote in the Bible from Jesus. Jesus would say this often when he would go out and he would teach and he would preach. He would say, "He or she who has ears to hear, let them hear." And so, Jesus was always speaking in riddles and metaphors, and a lot of the stuff that he would teach, a lot of it didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to people. And he did it on purpose. He spoke in parables on purpose because he knew that the people who listened with their spiritual understanding would understand what he was saying, when the logical mind would listen and go, "This makes no sense. What is this guy talking about?" No, like some of it makes sense, but some of it doesn't. And so it would confuse people. So a lot of people would be more confused about what he was trying to say than not. But the spiritual people got it, because I understand what he's saying, because parables and metaphors, symbology, and all that kind of stuff. So right now, your life and the things that are going on, and I just saw your post. I don't know what you mean. This is why I'm actually saying everything that I'm saying to you, because I knew you were going to say, "I don't know what you're talking about," which is why I just said this is the lens that you're going to have to filter everything through, because I'm going to be talking about things, and it's either going to go over your head or you're going to be like, "This, I don't have a fucking clue what this guy's talking about." And I don't mean that in a bad way, like it's going over your head because you're stupid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are things that are happening in your life right now that are an effect of a lack of spiritual vision, a lack of spiritual understanding. So what the universe is trying to get you to do is there's an imbalance. Let me say it that way. There's an imbalance where too much logic, too much practicality, too much mind, too much human ego, and too much human understanding and trying to figure things out from a logical standpoint can only produce so many certain types of results. And so typically this happens with people. They notice this when they start to recognize patterns that occur in their life. They feel like they're doing something different, but they keep getting the same effect, right? People, it's like, why is it that I always attract people who do A, B, C, X, Y, and Z? And it doesn't matter how much time goes by. It doesn't matter how many books they read. It doesn't matter how much therapy they go to. It doesn't matter, like, all the other things, like all these things that they're doing. Like, well, I tried online dating, and then I tried this, and I tried that, and then I took 5 years off, and I went to a bunch of therapy, and then I put myself back out in the dating world, and I'll be damned. I attracted another one of those things back into my life. Why does this keep happening to me? Right? And the reason it keeps happening is because people don't understand that they will continue to get the same lesson again and again and again and again. Could show up in slightly different forms. Different person, different job, different boss, different illness in their body maybe. But it's still similar. It's similar enough to where you become aware of it. You know that there's a pattern to it. You know it's similar. You're like, man, this is so bizarre. I keep having the same thing happen to me no matter where I go. I moved locations. I moved out of state. I went over here. I met this person, new job, and I have the same type of thing. It's like people think they're cursed. Like, why does this keep happening? Why does this keep following me? This problem is following me. It's not a curse. The problem's not following you. It's that the awareness that is needed to troubleshoot the problem that you're having is not this. You cannot solve this problem through your brain, your ego, your mind. There's no part of your human vessel or the human way of doing things that's going to solve this problem for you. That's what this card is saying. This card is saying you need to become more spiritual. And when I say you need to become more spiritual, what I don't mean, just to be crystal clear, what I don't mean is that you need to be more religious. You need to buy more crystals. You need to wear more spiritual jewelry. You need to meditate more. You need to go out into nature and om yourself all night, or, burn incense. All of that is doing. People think that having crystals and tarot cards and listening to chanting and all these things that they do is spiritual. Like they think that doing those things is what spirituality is about, or believing in a certain God or a certain philosophy. Well, I'm Buddhist. Well, I'm a this. Or I'm a that. I'm, like whatever. I'm New Age or I'm metaphysical. It has nothing to do with that. Okay. So just to be crystal clear, when I say you need to be more spiritual, it's about you having more of an awareness of what's going on in your inner world, the relationship that you have to a divine part of you, to the spiritual part of you, to the deeper inner part of you, which does include, to some extent, a belief in something greater, some type of higher power, which I assume you probably believe in something. I mean, you're here at a tarot reading, so I believe. I mean, I feel like you have some sense of something, right? It's really about your intuition. Okay, it's your intuition. It's learning how to tune in and tap into what's going on inside of you in a way that defies your logical reasoning, right? And so when you step away from the problem logically and you analyze it from a spiritual, through a spiritual lens, you'll start to see where all the kinks, the hiccups, and the problems are. And what you'll find, if you're doing it correctly, if you're really being spiritual and you're doing something correctly, you'll find that the problems aren't out here. Now that's always the first indicator that people are doing spirituality wrong, is it has something to do with something outside of them. The problem is my boss. The problem is this. The problem is money. The problem is out here somewhere. No. When you're actually using your spiritual lens, the only thing you're focused on is you. You're going inward. You are in spirit. You are the spirit. You're going in spirit. And so when you're in spirit, you are evaluating yourself because you understand that the results that you're getting out here in the outer world are essentially a reflection of whatever's going on within you that you're manifesting out here, right? That's spirituality 101. So the situations and circumstances that are the situations and circumstances that you're dealing with in your life right now, Patty, have to do with things that are going on inside of you, within you, that are passing without your awareness. So in other words, you're unconscious, or you're unaware of these things that are going on inside of you that are creating your external circumstances. And so this ascension card is about ascending. It's about you getting up to a place of awareness, a higher level of awareness, to see what those things are within you so that you can understand how they are connected to the things that are happening outside of you. Okay? So now, now let's get into the actual guts, the nitty-gritty of what these things potentially are. And again, I'm going to be telling you things, but without this spiritual awareness in the future, it's information. And I'm not even going to promise you that it's going to do you any good. Like, I'm legitimately going to be super honest with you right now and tell you, God is my witness in front of everybody in the chat who's listening, because this is how honest I am. This information will be useless to you without being connected to that spiritual part of you. In other words, okay, so I need to understand this from that spiritual perspective, and then I need to make those changes within myself in a spiritual type of way to change what these things what will happen with these situations in my life. Okay. I know that was a lot, but again, I don't choose the message. This is the way, this is what the message is. I don't choose it, right? So first off, contract is in reverse. So there's something in your life right now. There's a few energies attached to this contract card. This could have to do with a job. It could have to do with a relationship. It could have to do with both. But there is something in your life that's not really working out very well for you right now in terms of an agreement, a contract. And this could be a literal contract, like something legal. It could be a job. It could be a metaphorical contract, something you just feel obligated to, right? A responsibility that you have. It could be many different things. Only you will know. But there's something here, and the contract in reverse has two energies attached to it. One, it's saying it's time for this contract to be over. Or two, if it's not time for this contract to be over by your own willful doing, it's going to be ended for you, basically. Like, so it's kind of like one of those things where it's like this contract is coming to an end one way or the other. So either you will end the contract, again, literally or metaphorically speaking, or the contract is going to be ended for you. And it's tied to this not now card. Because there's something here, and again, it could be more than one area of your life. It could have to do with, hey, there's a relationship that's not healthy for you. There could be a friendship that's not healthy for you. Could be a boundary with a parent. Could be a boundary with kids. But there's definitely a boundary in energy. In fact, that was the first word that came to me when I saw this card at the bottom of the deck was boundaries. There's some type of boundary that you need to have moving forward. And when it comes to whatever this specific situation or issue is, it's a type of situation that will continue to repeat itself until you learn to have a boundary with that type of situation. So it's not just that it's, that it's just based just specifically on this specific event. Now, there could be, obviously, I think that there is a specific event that's occurring in your life right now. Otherwise, that card wouldn't come out. But again, it's not that it's just about this. It's about you. It's about what this situation is teaching you about what needs to be fixed and resolved so that you learn the lesson so you don't keep attracting these types of situations into your life again and again and again. So there's whatever this is that this is pertaining to, this specific situation, which I'll try to uncover a little bit more about what it could be, because I do have these cards here. These four cards here, basically, that are talking about what this contract is. Okay. But I'm not there yet. But whatever this situation is here. It's meant to teach you how to have boundaries about something. Okay. And that's what the not now is about you learning how to have boundaries in regards to a situation. Because look, over here at the bottom of the deck, it says, a difficult path is being revealed. A difficult path is being revealed, which is saying, hey, this is hard for you. And that's okay, because we all have strengths and we all have weaknesses. And some people have a hard time saying no. Some people are people pleasers. Some people are not. Some people are the opposite. Some people have a hard time not being an asshole. Some people have a hard time not being selfish. Some people have a hard time being avoidant. Some people have a hard time not being anxious. Like, we all have our shit. We all have our problems. One person's problem is not better than somebody else's, problem. One person's strength is not better than somebody else's strengths. One person's weakness is not better than somebody else's weakness. We all are just going through our spiritual journey, and we all have our own hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that we face. And so you are facing one of those challenges, because it's transforming you into the next best version of yourself, which is the other energy behind the Ascension card. Everything that's happening for you is meant for your good. God, source, the universe is trying to get you up, ascend you to this next great level for your life, because you have some really good things coming up for you. Now, I started off, I kind of started off your reading by mentioning kind of I don't want to say it's the bad stuff, but I would say I'm starting your reading off mentioning the challenging parts of it. But that's not to say that there's not good here, because we have the success card and then we have these 4 cards. And if you actually go back to when I was first pulling the cards out, you'll see that I actually started here. These cards, this one, this one, this one, and this one. These 4 cards right here are all tied to this success card, and that's the first card that I honed in on. So it wasn't all this other stuff that I'm talking about that it wasn't where I started initially when the cards were coming out. It's just as the cards came out onto the table, the messages were coming to me, and then I got the full picture, right? And so, being the messenger, I have the challenge of communicating what needs to be communicated in a way that I think it's going to make sense, right? So I'm prefacing, just so you know, that this isn't just a challenging bad reading or something like that, okay? I just want to make that crystal clear. We just haven't got to this part yet, all right? Just so we're on the same page. So, because I don't want you to see that, yeah, there's some challenges you're facing with this card, and you're like, oh shit, well great, I paid for a bad tarot reading. That's not true. And there really is no such thing as a bad tarot reading. Anyway, so there is a difficult situation, and I do feel like it's tied to boundaries. I do think one of the components involved in this does have to do with work, or an authority figure of some. It doesn't have to be work, but it could be an authority figure. Now, at the bottom of this card, it says, ask for help and learn that we are all connected. That's what the fine print says. Ask for help and learn that we are all connected. Okay, so, and so we'll get into these other pieces as well. Now, I want to point out that the surrender card for you, while I'm on that note, it says surrender comparisons with other people. And at the bottom of this card, it says, keep your eyes trained on yourself, focus on your strengths, attractiveness, and power. So yeah, there's something here about, comparing yourself. And I feel that whatever that energy is that this card is referring to is tied to one of the reasons why potentially why boundaries may be difficult for you, right? Because you may have a sense of obligation. It's like, well, if I don't do what that person does, then I won't get what that person gets. If I don't allow this person to do this, or if I don't do that for this person, then I won't be treated the way that they're being treated. Like something. I'm yourself better than I do. I'm just trying to give examples because I'm reading energy here, right? So let's take a step back, going back to this contract here. So this contract has something to do. Now we have this doesn't have to be, but I'm gonna mention it. So we have the Hermit and we have the Emperor. So we have 2 major arcanas here. So we have Virgo energy and we have Aries. So you could be dealing with a Virgo, you could be dealing with an Aries. You don't have to be. If it doesn't resonate with you, don't force that to fit. But I do have to mention it in the event that there is something to it. Now, technically, we have double Virgo energy because we have the Magician over here. And the Magician is technically Mercury, which rules Virgo and Gemini. So what I do know is that whatever this contract in reverse is tied to, it's tied to some type of authority. Okay? So the Emperor energy. Now, again, because there's dual energies here, there's also dual energies here. So on one hand, the Emperor is saying, hey, you need to value yourself enough to stand up for yourself. Be the Emperor. The Emperor doesn't bow down to anybody. The Emperor is confident. The Emperor doesn't let people walk on them and doesn't take shit from anybody. The Emperor doesn't have to be an asshole either when he's healthy. But, the Emperor definitely doesn't take any BS from anybody. So
in one sense, it's saying the universe is giving you permission to stand in your power and have boundaries and be firm. Embracing more of that masculine part of your energy. Obviously, the hermit is about using wisdom and introspection. So obviously, be wise in everything you do. But the hermit also has to do with the ascension energy as well, which again is saying, hey, what is needed here more than anything else is introspection. It's about going within, which is everything that I said previously. So I'm not going to repeat myself. But there's a need to do some soul searching, some inner reflection to understand what's really going on here. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, I feel like you've felt isolated. Like there's some situation here where you felt you've been or you feel you've been wronged. You've been done wrong. And I don't really think you've been expressive about it. I don't feel that you've made a big scene about it. I think for the most part, you keep it to yourself. Like I don't think that you're not a drama starter. Like I don't get that energy or that vibe. It's, you keep everything inside. Like you're that type of person. It's like something happens to you, you would internalize it probably. I mean, I could be wrong, but I feel like you're the type of person that probably internalizes it more than expresses it, because again, that boundary is there. It's almost kind of like there's that part of you that's like, yeah, but like if I let this person know that they hurt my feelings, that might actually hurt their feelings. And that's actually, in one sense, that's very beautiful because it's like you're thinking about other people. You think about how other people feel even at the expense of yourself. So on one hand, there is a level of beauty to that because you have so much compassion within you. It's just when it's out of balance, it's like you care so much sometimes at the expense of yourself, and that's when it's not okay. It's not okay to care so much about other things that you throw yourself under the bus or you allow things to harm you in a negative way, right? That's kind of what I'm getting with that hermit energy. It's kind of like, like I'll go, I'll just suck it up. I'll take another one for the team, I feel like you feel like a lot of times you're used to kind of being the punching bag, and it doesn't mean that everybody necessarily seeks you out to be the punching bag. It's just that it's kind of like, again, you don't go out of your way to let people know when they've hurt you or they've crossed the line with you, or because again, there's boundaries, right? So there's something there with that. And then, so you end up feeling very isolated, which is the hermit energy. It's like, you know what? So you learn how do I say this? Because you haven't learned how to have boundaries in real time, you've learned how to create boundaries through distance. And so you're like, well, it's hard for me to have boundaries with people because maybe you're non-confrontational. So instead, it's just easier to just not have to put myself out there. So I isolate, because if I isolate, then I'm safe because I'm not around anybody who can cross any boundaries. And so then I don't have to stick up for myself and have those boundaries. I don't have to deal with it. I can just go be alone, isolate from the world, disconnect, and then I don't have to deal with anything. And that actually feels really peaceful because, it's like, oh my God, this is so much more peaceful than the stress of having to stand up for myself and explain myself or hurt other people. Like there's a whole other world of things that are going on with that, I feel. But you're not meant to stay that. You're not meant to stay in that because the emperor is here. So, and this is why this is a difficult path for you, because one of the challenges that you have that the universe is trying to teach you is the universe is trying to teach you how to have a little bit thicker skin while not losing that beautiful, compassionate gift that you have within yourself, right? So it's like, hey, I have, the universe wants you to keep that pure heart that you have, that beautiful heart that you have, but be a little bit more tough, a little more thick-skinned. Learn to stand up for yourself. Learn to value and say, hey, you know what? Like, I shouldn't have to go isolate myself from the world and shut myself out just so that I can feel like, you know, I'm not a punching bag, and that, you know, I have to say yes to everybody, or that people get to walk all over me, right? Because the world is a harsh place, especially for empathic people. Like if you consider yourself empathic or a highly sensitive person, it's brutal, man. The world is brutal in that regard. Everywhere you go, I mean, people are offended and pissed off. You know, everybody wants to be a victim and blame somebody. It's like the world is full of that shit. So it's exhausting if you're empathic, you know, because you care so much about people, but on the same token, it's exhausting, and you're just like, man, I don't have the energy for all of that. On top of needing to use my energy just to live my own ordinary life, right? But the universe is saying no. You need to challenge yourself to stop isolating, and using that as an escape or a crutch for not having boundaries. The universe wants you to learn how to have boundaries so that you can actually go out in the world and fulfill your mission that you're here to fulfill, and be able to learn how to have that thick skin. Okay. Because look, you have some amazing opportunities that you're missing out on with the Ace of Pentacles, right? And what's cool is, so look, you've got, I can't make this up. Like you guys can't see it, it's off camera, but over here to the left part of this screen, I have a side table with a bunch of decks. You guys have seen me reach over tonight and grab things. But I don't know, probably 100 tarot decks, easy. I've got a shit ton of decks that I could reach over and grab. I've got one sitting right here, just right off the screen here, that I could have grabbed. Actually, I have two. I've got one up here too, that's right off the screen. And they're all, I mean, they're all tarot decks. They're the same thing. I mean, the artwork's different, you know, but you know, it shouldn't matter. It's like, grab a tarot deck. Why does it matter, right? But it did matter, because I was drawn to this deck for some reason. I was like, I'm going to use that deck. And I can see why now. So we have this ladder on the Ace of Pentacles. There's the ascension. This is you ascending up to reach these opportunities. Here's the second ladder. You've got two cards. Again, can't make this shit up. Any cards could have come out, by the way. I didn't choose these cards. They came out, they chose themselves. You got two cards here showing you the same thing. The ascension that we talked about at the beginning of the read, here, the card on the left side, is indicating what will get you to this pinnacle of opportunity on the right side. So the way that you do that is by having courage. The Knight of Wands is essentially the Knight of Courage, right? He's brave. He, you know, might be a little impulsive at times, but the dude is brave. It's about you having the courage to do something different, to face the challenges that these difficult times that you're going through. And look what's underneath the Knight of Wands is your Ten of Cups, which is tied to your success. The Ten of Cups is the most love and fulfillment that a single human being can have, right? So your fulfillment, what this is telling me is your fulfillment is on the other side of this. When you step into this power and step into your courage, you will ascend, you will lay hold of the opportunities that are waiting for you, and those opportunities are going to lead to your ultimate fulfillment, right? And again, it all has to do with learning how to enforce these boundaries so you don't have to hermitize yourself the rest of your life and miss out on life, right? In other words, I don't want to engage in this event called life, because life is brutal and it's hard, and I don't want to have to deal with the bullshit of having to stand up for myself in order to have a more fulfilling life, right? and that's just layman's terms, okay? Like it's more complicated than that. I get it, but you know, it's a tarot read. So let's look at the success now, and then we'll actually, before I don't want to forget these cards. Before we look at the success, let's take a look at these 3 cards over here. So the first one is a new strategy is required. And the bottom of the fine print says, find the path to love and happiness. And so it's saying a new strategy is required, meaning the strategy that you're using is not going to work anymore. Which is, again, why we said ascension is needed, which is why contract is in reverse. And again, this contract metaphorically has to do with the strategy that you have been using. And the universe is basically saying, look, you're going to be forced out of the nest, right? Using the analogy of birds. When a bird is born, the mother bird, the baby bird gets a certain age, and the mother bird's like, hey, sink or swim, time to learn to fly. The mother bird's like kicks them right out of the nest, right? The baby bird's got to learn to fly or not. Like tough love, right? And it's not exactly that. The universe isn't like an asshole, not throwing you out of the nest, so to speak, but it is pushing you out. If you try to stay in your comfort zone, the universe is going to push you. It's going to push you out of that comfort zone, and kind of force you into doing something different, right? And so, what the universe would rather happen is the universe would rather have you choose to do it, even though you might be scared shitless. The universe is like, hey, I don't want to push you out of the nest. I would rather you step into this courageous power and just do your best and know that I am with you. Do your best. Just put yourself out there. And I know it's gonna be scary. I know it's gonna be hard. And I know you're not used to this. I know it's uncomfortable for you. It's not natural for you. I know all the things. But if you take this risk, this leap of faith, and be courage, I've got you. The universe has got your back. You just have to believe that. And sometimes we just have to force ourselves to do it no matter how little we feel it. It's like, I just don't feel it. I don't feel it. And you're just like, fuck it. And you just go. And then you find out, man, wow, the universe had my back. And I didn't believe it. But here I am. The universe had my back. So the new strategy is required. All right. So the next card we have is protect what you love. And at the bottom it says, it is your duty and responsibility. And so this is a quasi way of the universe saying, if you don't love yourself, nobody else is going to love you. If you don't protect yourself, nobody else is going to protect you. If you don't come to your own rescue, nobody else is going to come and rescue you. Right? Like, if you want love, if you want acceptance, if you want fulfillment, you have to be willing, you have to value and care about that enough within yourself to say, it's what I call good selfish versus bad selfish. When we hear the word selfish, most people think negative. Oh, selfish just means bad. No, that's not true. There's good selfish and there's bad selfish. This is the whole thing when you get on an airplane. They go through that big long spiel about, hey, if we have problems, the mask comes down. What do they tell you to do? You put your mask on first. Because if you're not wearing your mask and you can't breathe, then you can't help anyone around you. That's what this is. This card is saying, Patty, you got to put your mask on. You have to learn to put your mask on first. Self-love. You have to care about you enough and value these things that you desire in life enough to acquire them, basically. And the way that you acquire them is valuing the things that you've avoided doing with a new how do I say this? A new sense of value, but a new sense of determination. In other words, let me say it to you a different way. If you value protecting yourself more than you value the fulfillment of living your best life, then life is always going to keep kicking you down the road. Right? Like you're just going to, this situation will pass. because the only absolute in life is change. Change is the only absolute. And so this situation, whatever's going on in your life right now, it'll change. Something will happen. Life goes on. It always does. But then you'll find yourself back into another situation that's similar. Right? And that's how people end up in the stuck pattern year after year after year after year after year. And so you don't have to stay in that stuck pattern anymore. But you have to embrace that good selfishness enough within yourself to say, I deserve to be happy too. I deserve to be happy too. And just because I give myself permission to be happy, it doesn't mean that you're trampling on other people. You're not stealing somebody else's happiness. You're not robbing them. You're not hurting them by you focusing on you. You're just giving yourself permission to actually be happy and, be fulfilled like everybody else does. Right? And so here, this card says, your deepest desires constrain you. Let them go to clear your mind. So what this card, or the sense that I get with this card, what this card is saying is the reason that you feel like everything is always out of your reach is for all the reasons that I just mentioned. In other words, you're overwhelmed with all these desires, like the things in your life that you lack fulfillment in. I want this. I wish I could have that. I wish I could get this. I wish I could have this in my life. I wish I could have that in my life. I wish I could have this type of job or this type of relationship, or look a certain way, or be whatever all the different things are in your life, right? And it's like it's so much easier to just stay in hermit mode and fantasize about what could be, because at least you have some hope, and that's the game that the brain plays. By the way, our mind will dangle a carrot of hope, and so you'll always sit back and you'll always wait, because your brain will like, hey, it's like people that want to lose a lot of weight. I'm just giving an example. People that want to lose a lot of weight, what do? They wake up and they're tired. They don't feel good because they haven't been exercising. They haven't gotten a routine. Maybe they haven't been eating right. And they know what they need to change. They know they just need to make a few adjustments. I need to start working out, move my body more, change some of my eating habits. They know what they need to do. But what is the excuse they tell themselves? I'll do it tomorrow. They wake up tomorrow. They still feel bad. They still feel tired. And they're like, all right, I'm going to do it today. I'm going to work out today. I'm going to put my gym clothes on. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to stop eating all the processed food. No more this, no more that. And they start to go to do the thing. And then the brain goes, wait, stop. I got a better idea. And you're like, okay, what's the idea? Let's do it tomorrow. You'll feel better tomorrow. You'll have the motivation tomorrow. And you're like, yeah, what's one more day? And then you wait again tomorrow. 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 And then days become weeks. Weeks become months. Months become years. And nothing ever changes, right? Because it's so much easier to just stay and fantasize about something, to have hopes. Oh man, well, one day I'm going to do it. There's always that little bit of motivation, right? Like, oh yeah. Because there's no skin in the game when it's just in your imagination. When it's all up here in the invisible world, there's no skin in the game. There's no sweat. There's no blood. There's no tears. There's no chance for failing. There's none of that, right? You don't actually have to do anything to earn it, but you still get a little bit of the sensation of the possibility that it might happen. That's where the fake. That's how we trick ourselves. That's the illusion. How we hypnotize ourselves. We hold on to just enough faith, just enough hope to keep it out there, to keep it alive. And so, we're like, okay, yeah, one day I'm gonna do that thing. One day I'm gonna change. One day. But we never do, right? There's a saying called, if you want to take the island, you have to burn your boats. If you want to take the island, you have to burn your boats. Which means when you make a decision that you're going to do something, you have to do it, and you have to close the door. There's no way out. There's no plan B. There's no backing out. Like when you're on the island, the boats are gone. You're not off. You can't get off. There's no going back, right? And it's a very hard decision for a lot of people to do, especially when you've spent a lifetime giving yourself a free pass. And we're all guilty of this, Patty. I'm not calling, this isn't me just picking on you. I'm guilty of this shit. I'm super guilty of this shit in my own life. Okay. But again, I have to just keep it real. And so that's what this card is saying. It's like saying, hey, you know, your desires will always stay in the realm of imagination, which will always keep enough hope alive for you to put it off and 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 put it off. But until that changes, until some other force comes in that forces you, whether it's a tower moment or God knows what, right? Being pushed out of the nest, whatever that is, most people will stay in that place because it's safe, it's predictable, and it's not completely depressing, it's not completely unfulfilling, because there's always that lingering little bit of hope. You can wake up and feel inspiration one day. You wake up and go, you know what? I feel really inspired today, motivated. Like, today's going to be the day that I'm going to change my life. I'm going to do all those things that I know that I should do. And so you wake up, you feel energized. The day goes on, and then you get to the end of the day and you're like, oh man, time got away from me. I didn't do the things. I'm like, well, damn. And like, okay, well, I'll try again tomorrow. Cycle repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats. It's the cycle of stuck, right? So with all that being said, now we're here at the good part of your reading, the success card. So if you get this, if you do the things, first of all, you have the 10 of Pentacles. The 10 of Pentacles is the end all, the be all of the tarot. It's all the things, right? The 10 of Pentacles. This is your happily ever after. It's everything you could ever want, desire. It's all the things. Ace of Cups. You have love coming towards you. Two forms of love. One, you're going to attract, you have a literal partner coming towards you, literal physical relationship, a love partner, somebody. That's one of the energies that I get. I mean, obviously, I don't know your relationship status, but that's one of the energies that I have. And it's tied to the 10 of Pentacles, so you could actually meet, your forever person here. On the other side of it, you're actually going to start loving your life. It's like a whole new chapter with a whole new story full of emotional fulfillment. And over here, you also have the Ace of Wands. So you have 3 aces. The only ace that you don't have in your about something that you're going to get, the aces are telling you about something that you're becoming. And as a result of you becoming the new thing, these aces, as you become the ace, you get the benefit of what the ace represents. So when you become the Ace of Pentacles, you get all the benefits of those opportunities, tangible opportunities of money, wealth, resources, whatever those things are. As you become the Ace of Cups, you get the love that's attached to the cup, the emotional fulfillment that's attached to the cup, relationships, jobs, creativity, everything that would encompass. And the same thing goes for the Ace of Wands. You get my point. The aces are not something that you get. It's who you become, and as you become it, you get the things that they represent. And then finally, the Magician. What does the Magician have on the table? All of the aces. The Magician has all of the aces. The Ace of Cups, the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Swords, and the Ace of Pentacles. All the aces are on the table. Well, who is the Magician? You're the Magician. The universe is saying, I'm trying to turn you into the Magician. Because when you learn, when you step into your power, when you learn that you're this, the whole game changes. The whole game changes. Because when you become the Magician, you create the aces at will. You say, I want an Ace of Cups. You create it. I want an Ace of Wands. I don't wait for an Ace of Wands like tarot readings. You're shuffling the cards. Maybe the Ace of Wands comes out. Maybe the Ace of Swords comes out. Maybe it's all random. No, it's not. Not when you're this badass. It's not. You create it. You say, you know what? I want an Ace of Cups today. Your wish is your command. You want an Ace of Wands? You created I want an Ace of Wands. Okay, you're the Magician. Boom. You get an Ace of Wands because you create it. You want an Ace of Pentacles? Boom. There it is. You need an Ace of Swords? Boom. There's the Ace of Swords. And it's unlimited. That's why in the traditional tarot art, the infinity symbol is over the Magician's head because it's infinite. There's no end. You can create as many aces as you want. Right? Create as many aces as you want. This is your end game. This is you. The universe wants you to become this, the magician, stepping into your power. But to step into your power, you have to embrace your power. That's what the Emperor is here to teach you. In the major arcana of tarot, it's the Fool's journey. The Fool goes on a journey, and at each one of the major arcanas, the Fool is meant to learn something. The Emperor is there to teach the Fool how to embrace their power, their authority, rulership, and take responsibility for their own life. Here you are. The Emperor is here to teach you. The Hermit is there to teach the Fool how to go within, how to find their inner resources, to understand what spirituality is all about, how to separate themselves from the distractions of the world to find their inner truth, to find their inner guidance system, to figure out who they are and what they know. And the Hermit also is very wise, full of knowledge, right? So you're being taught everything you need to know about how to become this magician. But the most important things right here and right now is about everything that we've talked about. And I would say, to summarize, the two most important takeaways, obviously you would probably have to go back and rewatch this several times to ingest all of it, because I know it's a lot. But again, ascension, learning how to put your spiritual lens on and view your life through the spiritual lens, not through the logical mind. And the second thing is learning how to have boundaries so that you don't have to hermitize yourself and run away from the world. You can be a part of the world. And as you become part of the world, you get to express and use your spiritual gift, which is where all your fulfillment comes. Because we're all meant to be a part of the collective, right? And so, but you have to learn how to have boundaries, and you have to learn how to put your own mask on, the plane analogy, put your own mask on first, which is good selfish, and not worry about all the other bullshit, right? Which we've talked about. So it's actually a really, really good, in my opinion, it's actually a really good reading here. Yeah, I hope that, I know that was a lot, but again, I don't sugarcoat my things. I hope that some of that makes sense. And I obviously would encourage you and everybody to, once these videos are posted, to go back through and, rewatch the videos as often as necessary, or as often as needed. And sometime at some point in the future, I'll try to figure out a better way to pay attention to the timestamps and all those things, because I know it can be, my videos are very long, so it can be very difficult to go back through and find where you were, or where the video started for you, for your reading. So I'll work on that. Right, where are we? All right, so where are we at here? Adna, thank you so much for those kind words. Very, very beautiful. Thank you so much for those kind words. Where are we at? Vince, am I at the after party? We don't know what party we're at. Okay. So, MV, can I Venmo you? Yes, MV, you can. You can Venmo me. I have to check. I'm not familiar with. I'm not as familiar with Venmo as I probably should be, but I do have it. And then I can do some. I'll try to get through whoever's here or still here, I should say. I will do. I'll just answer whatever questions you guys have in a quick fashion. You guys are like, bullshit. You don't do anything quick. But I can try. I can try. So MV, let me see. Venmo. What would that be? Let me see if I can find what that is. Or what the what address I guess it's sent to. Don't want that. Maybe. Okay, so this is what it shows for my Venmo. That's awesome, Patty. It is going to get better. I believe it. And I think that you're going to get this. I think you're going to I think that things are going to start changing. I don't know. I have a sense that you're coming out of whatever this period is. You're learning, you're growing, and you're going to come out of it, basically. So MV, if you want to try to Venmo me there, I will do yours, and then I will do whoever's left. Everyone probably sleep. Well, I don't blame you. I will do whoever's here, whoever's left over. Oh, sorry. That should be the last four of the phone number. All right, I'm gonna do a quick check in with you guys. Who is still here that is wanting that's on a free list? Okay, yeah, I see it. Well, I appreciate that, Patty. Listen, you're awesome. You're amazing. I appreciate you. I appreciate you allowing me to speak into your life and do this reading. Also, for those of you that are here, if you don't mind, if you haven't already, please consider liking and subscribing to the channel, and you guys will know when I come back and when I go live again. And at some point here in the near future, I'll also be getting back to doing just more readings on the channel in general. But MV, I did just get your Venmo. So if you want to go ahead and ask your question, and if nobody else is here for the free, on the free list, or after MV, then I guess that's that. And so MV, while you ask your question, I am going to go to the bathroom really, really quick. I don't know how long I've been going. What are we at? About almost 4 hours. So, yeah. So I'll let you ask your question, and I'll be right back. Okay, so let's see. My question is regarding a friend that I have for 3 years. Recently, I started having feelings because things were physical. I think he likes me, but he's looking for commitment. I just want to know if that will be a good connection to pursue because I only dated one guy before and it took me long to get over the hurt. So just want to see if this will be a good connection. Okay. So, is this guy a good match for you? Let's find out. Wow. I barely even. I didn't even have to do anything. The cards just came out all by themselves. That's wild. This is wild. Soul contract just came out. So you have a soul contract with this person, regardless. So just right out of the right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. You have a soul contract with this person. So regardless of what you decided to do, because we all have free will, you were meant to meet this person. Like you guys decided that you were gonna hook up, and I don't mean like literally having sex. I mean like before you came into your bodies, your higher selves were like, hey, let's meet up. So you guys have a soul contract. You were meant to meet each other. So this is divine. Because there's in this deck that I have here, there are other cards that have to do with just love and, you know, just soulmate type of things. You know, this is like a legit soul contract. So there's something to that. All right. The next thing is we have conquer. So this is like a chariot energy in tarot. All right. So this is basically like saying, hey, you know, don't hold yourself back, you know, like, because here you have like the jackpot. This is like the 10 of Pentacles. Like, this is like all the things. So far, and I'm going to obviously take a look at some other things. We're not stopping there, but, oh yeah, I almost forgot the bottom card. So at the bottom of the deck, there's miser, which is basically just saying, I feel like you're obviously being very guarded. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? But you know, there's a withholding here. Like you might be afraid to give and to kind of let go a little bit here with the miser. Like you're holding back. Which again, like I said, is not necessarily a bad thing yet. We haven't got that far, but so far, this is good. This is like a green light. This is like saying it can be a green light if you let it be a green light. This is definitely a green light. So jackpot, this is you hitting the jackpot. This is a soul contract. So technically 3 green lights, but let's go into it more. Okay. So MV, my love, my darling. The cards have just confirmed all the things. Okay. So let's go through this really quick. So we have the 3 of Cups. We have the 3 of Swords. And we have the Fool. Now, at the bottom of the deck, we have a few cards that I'm going to take out and show you in order. Okay? So, and we're going to do this in order. So I'm pulling off the top from the bottom here. Uh, hold on 1 second here. Okay. So we have the 5 of Cups up top here. So I'm going to put these down. Underneath the 5 of Cups, we have the 8 of Pentacles. And then underneath the 8 of Pentacles, we have the 6 of Swords. Underneath the 6 of Swords, we have the Page of Cups. Underneath the Page of Cups, we have the 9 of Wands. Underneath the 9 of Wands, we have the 2 of Wands. Underneath the 2 of Wands, we have the 4 of Pentacles. The 4 of Pentacles is the same thing as the Miser card up here. Underneath the 4 of Pentacles, we have the Knight of Wands. Underneath that, we have the Ace of Wands. Underneath that, we have the High Priestess. I know you're like, how many cards are going to pull? But just wait. Just wait. Just wait. I'm going to put this up here because I'm running out of space. And then we have the 10 of Pentacles. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put these just kind of over here for a second. Now, so I'm going to show you the sequence of events here. Okay. So the top cards, we have the 3 of Cups. So the 3 of Cups is saying, yeah, this is a potential exciting time. You're meeting this person. There's an opportunity here for love to happen. However, and so there's just to give you a quick summary and overview of everything, there's a contrast here. There's like all this opportunity, but then there's all this fear. Okay. That's really what all these cards are. The reason that I pulled all of these cards in that order is to show you kind of where you're at in the potential of what this is, right? Because the potential is totally here, but I definitely see an opportunity for you to sabotage it because of what of human nature. We've gone through things, we've been hurt. It's very easy for us to be afraid, right? And that's just normal, okay? So here you are, the excitement of meeting this person, the 3 of Cups. Here's a 3 of Swords. This is you being afraid of getting hurt again, the 3 of Swords. Heartache and pain. The Fool has 2 energies attached to it. The Fool is, one, this is a brand new opportunity, a brand new person. This isn't the past. You're not repeating the past. This isn't anything like the past. This is brand new. That's the first energy. The second energy is this requires you to take a leap of faith. You're going to have to just trust and take a leap of faith here. Trust what? Well, you have the High Priestess. You're going to have to trust your intuition. Trust yourself. Listen to your heart, right? Like that, what's that Roxette song? Listen to your heart. When he's calling for you, I think is the lyrics. Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. Or whatever that is. And then you have the Knight of Wands down here, which is all about taking action. Taking, bravery. Taking a brave action with the Knight of Wands. But let's go back to the order here. So now we jump from the Fool to down here. I know it's kind of hard to see, but just trust me. This card here is the 5 of Cups. This is the pain and the loss that you've experienced as a result of the past relationship that you're in. So there's that residual. That's why the Conqueror card is here. The Conqueror card is here to tell you that there's still a part of the pain that you're still attached to from that past relationship, the 3 of Swords and the 5 of Cups. It's still raw. Whatever happened to you in the past is still raw for you, okay? And again, that's human. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a human response to being hurt and not wanting to be hurt again. So obviously, nothing wrong there. The next card, though, is the 8 of Pentacles, which is tied again to the Conqueror energy, saying, hey, if you're willing to work through this, if you're willing to work through the uncertainty, you're willing to work through the pain, the heartbreak, if you're willing to work on yourself, the 8 of Pentacles is really like a self-development card in this aspect. Your personal growth, your personal development. There's really something beautiful and special here. 6 of Swords. There's an opportunity for you to move out of the turbulent times or the chaotic the pain, basically, right? Like the turbulence in the Six of Swords in this regard has to do with the emotions that you've experienced, the pain, the hurt, right? And then moving into the as most tarot readers call it, moving into calmer waters, making a transition. You're moving into a time of peace and tranquility, of calm, right? Where the Page of Cups comes in, which is next, which is here, which is the beginning of this a new opportunity for love to begin here with the Page of Cups. However, you have the Nine of Wands. The Nine of Wands is about, again, you've been wounded, you've been through a lot, right? Like you're scarred. You're still feeling the sensitivity of the pain that you've gone through. But the other side of the Nine of Wands is about persistence, resilience. It's about not giving up hope just because things have not worked in the past. The Nine of Wands is like, hey, I'm down, but I'm not out, right? So we move from the Nine of Wands to the Two of Wands, which is saying it's up to you. You have a free will. You have two wands. There's two choices. A choice and a decision can be made here about, this person. It's up to you what you decide to do. Four of Pentacles is just stating the obvious. This is you, like, in your protective mode, right? Like, I'm not, I don't want to get hurt. So that's you in this miser energy, holding on, holding back, playing it safe, in your comfort zone, not wanting to get hurt. That's one side. That's one of these wands. So really, this is what it would be like. So on one side, I'm trying my best here. On one side, on this left side of the card, this side is one of the wands, one of the choices, which is you can stay covered and guarded, and that will give a certain outcome. You could miss out on this opportunity. The other wand, the other choice is to be courageous and brave and bold and go for it. So these are the two choices that you're at. This is the fork in the road. Do I play it safe or do I take the risk? Well, if you take the risk, let me put these cards back on the table. If you take the risk, you have a passionate new beginning. Ace of Wands. There's going to be a lot of passion, attraction here. And then the Ten of Pentacles. You can't make this shit up. You got the Ten of Pentacles and the jackpot. This could be your forever person. So, if this could definitely be your person. With the soul contracts here, the Ten of Pentacles, this could very well be a very, very serious relationship. The outcome of this relationship could be very serious. 100%. So I don't think you have anything to worry about here. There's nothing on the table that is, what's the word that I would use? There's nothing on the table that's concerning. Like, there's literally nothing on the table that's like a red flag or a concern, or there's no negative cards on this table. Like, maybe it's your person. I'm just saying, the cards are saying this could be a very, very significant relationship. It looks really good. If I were you, and I can only speak for myself, but if I were you, I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Take your time. You don't have to be in a rush. You don't have to let all your walls down. You can ease yourself into it, but I would take the risk. I would go for it. 1,000%. I would go for it. So, yeah. I can't add anything else any more or less to it. I mean, it's just a really, like, I wish this was my reading. Like, if I wish that I had somebody in my life where these were the cards that I got for myself. Like, it's substantially good. In fact, I don't remember the last time that I pulled a reading where there wasn't some caveat to the reading. But you don't have any. No caveats. The worst thing about this, if I even want to say that, is really just your apprehensiveness to entertain it, which is understandable, though. You know what I mean? Like, so again, it's totally understandable that you'd be apprehensive because you don't want to get hurt. That's human. But yeah, I would go for it. I would totally go for it. And you're so welcome. It's good to see you also, by the way. All right, who is left? I did a roll call a second ago, and nobody responded. So who is here? Who is left? Who can hear my voice? That's here in the chat. And I will. I'll see if I can knock. I'll see if I can do some quickies. Somebody told me that Gene likes quickies. I mean, I can't lie. I like a good quickie every once in a while. Even though it's been like an eternity since I've had one. Well, Jean is clearly here because she just popped back in. Jean, what do you need a reading? Jean needs a reading. You come in here and mod your ass off for me. I'm doing you next if you're here. I mean, if you want one. You definitely you've earned like 50 readings from me for modding. I should just transfer all these donations to Gene. Everybody leave? I guess so. Huh. Participants. Yeah, nobody else is here. Well, poop. I need to get Gene. Gene, I need to get your email. I know you probably don't hear me because you're probably asleep now. Or maybe you fell asleep. Wait, no, I have your email. I have her email. What am I talking about? I'm almost, yeah, okay, got it. MV's like, I'm here for support. Well, my love, I think you rode it out. You rode the midnight train with me. I think you were my last. All right, well. MB, it's good to see you, my friend. Keep me updated, really quick.
Here, I'm gonna put my email in the chat. Take my email down and send me an email and let me know like what happens. Keep me in the loop if you want to. Like, but like if you feel like keeping me updated about what happens with you and the guy as things unfold, I'd love to keep up with you and hear what happens. Awesome, awesome. Well, my friend, thank you so much. You have a blessed, wonderful evening. Keep me updated with all the things. I will see you soon or hear from you soon. Be in touch. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words. And go get some sleep. Go get some sleep, you crazy people. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Not really, like 4 o'clock in the morning, but that's how we do it. Alrighty. Good night.